Watch on silent?
Yep.
Welcome to the April 10th meeting of the Ames Community School District Board of Directors. Call the meeting order and take approval of the agenda.
Move approval of the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Rasmussen, seconded by Rosser. Discussion. Proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passes 6-0. Director Rosser, would you please read the mission statement?
The mission of the Ames Community Schools is to ensure that all learners develop the knowledge, skills, attitudes, values, and personal esteem necessary to grow in and shape a changing society.
Thank you. Our first item tonight is a public hearing on the sale of our Wilson property. I'll open the public hearing, and no one is wishing to speak. Did we receive any comments to the office? No comments?
We did not.
All right. So I'll close the public hearing and take a motion.
I move we approve the resolution for the conveyance of real property for 1621 Wilson Avenue.
Second.
Moved by Esposito, second by Franson. Discussion. This really was a culmination of a couple years now of working with community to try to transition the 8th of our 10 properties, or the 9th of our 10 properties, and this property, which is our maintenance facility currently, is going to be moving locations to South Bell, which will be opening up this summer. So we were able to find a good buyer for this property that's going to convert into a residential house. So they'll demolish it and comply with all the zoning requirements. So it's a good way of us transitioning one more property. Any other discussion?
No.
All right, proceed to vote on roll call.
Rosser, aye.
Briggs, aye.
Rasmussen, aye.
Franz and I.
Deardorff, aye.
Esposito, aye.
Passes 6-0. Moving on to our next public hearing. It's the 2017-18 certified budget. I'll open the public hearing, and no one is wishing to speak. Any other comments to the office? Comments to the office? All right, I'll close the public hearing and take a motion.
Move the board adopt the proposed 2017-2018 budget and taxes as presented.
Second.
Moved by Briggs, second by Rasmussen. Discussion. Seeing none, proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passes 6-0. And public forum. We have 7 people wishing to speak. Residents of the district, students attending the district, parents or guardians of students attending the district, and district staff may address the board about any topic relevant to the district, whether on the current agenda or not. Those who wish to speak must sign up at the beginning of the meeting. Speaker participation is limited to 3 minutes once per board meeting. The views and opinions of citizens addressing the board do not necessarily reflect those of the board, district administration, or staff. Speakers are to remember that Iowa law prohibits the board from discussing specific employees, students, or their performance. Student speakers will state their name and school. Others will state their name and address. First, we have Gail Saylor.
Good evening. My name is Gail Seiler. I live at 420 Briarwood Place in Ames. I am a community member who many of you know, a professor in the School of Ed at ISU, and one of the chairs of the Youth in Schools Action Team from Inclusive Ames. This action team has focused its attention on the persistent disparities that exist between Black and Hispanic students compared to white students throughout the Ames Community School District. These disparities are seen on several measures, as I believe you're all aware, and many people here are aware of. The Youth in Schools Action Team has met approximately every 2 weeks since late January. Each time we meet, there are new members present. People hear about our group, often through word of mouth, and they show up because they share the concerns that we're trying to draw attention to. We've garnered support from other community groups, including the Ames Progressive Alliance, Black Lives Matter Iowa, the NAACP Ames branch, several religious groups, and others. I would say that we are a growing movement based on the belief that actions are needed to better ensure the success of Latino, Latina, and African American students in schools in Ames. We spoke at a board meeting in February, and we were invited to meet with the superintendent and other administrators, which we did a few weeks ago. We greatly appreciated this opportunity to share our perspectives with them, and we look forward to future meetings. However, we also recognize that this is only the start of a complex response that is needed from the district, a response in which we would like to see the board leading. The community as well would like to see strong leadership on this. The lives and learning of students from minoritized groups are impacted each and every day in our schools. Thus, we want to stress that the need for action is urgent. As previously suggested, we would like to see a board resolution showing commitment to reducing the disparities or an agenda item whereby there can be discussion of these issues. While we recognize that much of the work may be done by administrators and committees, we believe that it's important for the board to make clear how it is prioritizing the community's concern on these disparities. To close, I will share a quote from the Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development. This organization adopted a position calling for, quote, educators, policymakers, and the public to understand the grave consequences of persistent gaps in student achievement and to demand that addressing these gaps becomes a policy and funding priority. Thank you very much for your attention and the opportunity to continue to share our thoughts with you.
Thank you. Next we have Sue Fazal. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Faisal.
My printer isn't communicating with my computer, so. Good evening. My name is Dr. Sue Faisal. I live at 2810 Cambridge Drive in Ames. I am here tonight as a member of the Youth and School Action Team of Inclusive Ames. Our goal is to raise awareness and to support solutions to eliminate the racial disparity that currently exists in the Ames school system. At the February 27th school board meeting, members of our team spoke to the board about the need to acknowledge and address these racial discrepancies. We suggested as a start what we called our 3 asks. The first ask was that a formal public acknowledgement be made by the board regarding the existence of racial disparity in our school system. This would seem to be the most logical and easiest first step because it's hard to solve a problem without first acknowledging that a problem exists. The problem statement needs to recognize that this is an urgent problem, needing immediate and transparent actions to address these disparities. When can we expect a formal acknowledgement? The community is waiting. It does not appear on today's agenda. When can we expect to see action? Our second ask was a request for the school system to develop a plan for obtaining input from stakeholders. At a meeting between our team and school administrators on March 28th, it was agreed that school administrators would develop a plan for holding listening sessions. We were excited to hear that this will be happening. We hope to see a plan formalized to gain community input very soon. The third ask related to prioritizing the issue of eliminating racial disparities in schools by taking action steps. We know that professional development is being planned. That is one step. But there are other steps that can be taken. For example, a review of discipline procedures and policies, or establishing a board committee to address the disparities. These steps would signal to the community that this is a priority to the board and the administration. As leaders of our public school system, we would ask the board members, what are you doing to educate yourselves about racial disparities and the many factors that foster and maintain these inequities in our schools and our community? Racial disparity is not only a school problem or a board problem. The community is taking steps to address this as well. There is a free workshop being held on May 3rd at Ames Public Library from 6 to 8 p.m. on examining implicit bias. This workshop is open to all. Our team and Inclusive Ames would like to acknowledge the service that the school board members give to the Ames community. It is a tough job. The board, the school district, and our community have embraced a powerful mission, and the time for action is now. We look forward to supporting you in your next steps toward achieving the mission in a timely manner. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Next, we have Rick Exner.
Hello. As a member of the Ames immigration group, I've been very interested in seeing the drafts of what maybe we should call safe schools resolutions that have come before the board in the last meeting or two. And I wanted to comment on the one handed out by Dr. Taylor last week. It's basically a page of policy and a page of administrative rules. And there are some things in the policy that I think are highly commendable and will be appreciated by some of the most vulnerable people in our community right now. For instance, that the district will not ask the immigration status of any student and will provide equal education to citizen students and to students who are undocumented and not citizens. I think that's great, and that's a message that will be appreciated if this is voted on by the board. The second page on administrative rules illustrates how restricted really the freedom of the school is in terms of needing to act within existing law, and I well recognize those limitations too. I appreciate that, for instance, in cases of subpoena from state and federal agency, attempts will be made to give the families notice that this subpoena for records has existed. The last point in terms of access to students, and this would be if someone from a federal agent came and wanted to, the word used here is interview a student. I think this particular section could be made stronger. It does not say that attempts will be made to give families notice of a request for access to students. And also, really it says it's only qualification is the district requests that educational environment not be disrupted by providing private office or classroom space so that this interview can take place. The recommendation that lawyers are giving to undocumented parents is to speak through a lawyer. And how much more vulnerable are the children of these parents? Do we want to be providing a venue where it's a child and an immigration officer, and there's no intermediary, there's no observer? I would think that the school would want to have the school lawyer observing in that kind of a situation, so that, just to make sure that the right to not incriminate oneself is observed, and that the identity of the interviewer is made clear, which the record of federal agencies in reading rights to people and making their identities clear is abysmal. As a matter of fact, they use the strategy of not making those things clear in order to maximize the kind of information that they can get. So I think that it would be an important gesture for the school to offer to make a school attorney present for these interviews, and I think it would avoid some possible very embarrassing catastrophes in the future. So thank you for listening to my ideas. And again, I think in general, it's a very good document. I just hope it can be improved a little bit.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeff Johnson.
Jeff Johnson. I live at 2721 Cleveland Drive. My wife and I are graduates of the Ames High School class of 1986. We have 2 daughters that graduated from the Ames school system, and my son is currently a sophomore in the Ames school system. On Wednesday, April 5th, I made an angry phone call to Superintendent Taylor regarding my son and his experience at morning swim practice with ACAC. I want to publicly apologize to Mr. Taylor. I was not angry with him. I was frustrated with the fact that my son had developed a chronic cough and nausea and was requesting not to go to school, so I called him in sick to school because of the poor air quality in the facility. And what pushed me over the edge in frustration was the fact that weeks ago, those same swimmers witnessed a confrontation between their swim coach and a staff person with the city where they were told that opening doors and windows compromised the air filtration system, and if they continued to do that, the club would be evicted from the facility. I served 2 terms on the Parks and Rec Commission, and the year after I left, the city made a $1 million contribution to the pool to save its life. So I know what's going on with the pool. A partnership that's taken place in the past, it's not a partnership when you threaten the other partner. So that situation may have been resolved between the adults, but someone still needs to communicate with the swimmers that it is okay to open those doors or windows if they are in a chronic situation and they need fresh air. That has not taken place. My son's understanding and what he communicated to me was, if we do something like that, we'll get evicted. That's not a position to put the students in. I want what's best for all students in the Ames Community School District. That's what everybody in this room wants. I'm concerned about the talking with the city on an agreement going forward. When we hear the city or we read or we listen to the radio and we hear the possibility of a city project that does not include a competitive pool. What's in the best interest of our students is a competitive pool. I feel like there's a little bit of manipulation being masked as compromise, and the school district using resources to help the city complete a project that benefits the city is not what the school board is about. The school board is about what's doing best for the current and future students, everybody included, all activities. And I think we need to remember in our discussions with the city, whatever those might be, that a competitive pool is what's in the best interest. Ideally, a competitive pool that's on school property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Delaney Knudsen.
My name is Delaney Knudsen. I'm an 8th grader at Ames Middle School, and I swim for the ACAC swim team and will be swimming for Ames High this fall. I will be sharing an editorial composed in advanced literacy class in October and submitted to the Ames Tribune. To the editor. On the pool deck, one hears massive echoes of swimmers hacking. A 51-year-old Ames High School pool is harming its users. Despite the unacceptable yet still functioning Ames pool, the city and school district can't agree to construct a new one even though the necessary resources are available. There is controversy surrounding a new pool at Ames High School, but it needs to be built so all swimmers can perform to the best of their abilities. The dilapidated pool affects the Ames High swim team and community members. The Ames High girls swim team placed first at the state swim meets 5 times in a row. Their facility needs to be able to compete with other teams' pools. If other teams have incredible pools, there will be meets held there. Building a new pool will allow meets here, contributing to city revenue. Swimming in lane 9, about 3 feet deep, One may notice shards of tile, cement crumbling, and black mold. The pool itself is beginning to fall apart, and from what I understand, the foundation is questionable, ACAC head coach Mike Peterson explains. Along with the pool falling apart, there is an unacceptable ventilation in the dome. The chlorine is strong. Swimmers have contracted asthma and other respiratory problems since swimming here. Our competitive swimmers that are breathing heavily begin to cough and struggle halfway through the workout, Coach Peterson says. Our pool is on its last leg. We have a vibrant swimming community, and we would love to see it flourish in a new facility. Ames needs a new pool to fulfill swimmers' needs. A new pool will allow Ames to be more competitive. It will have a better ventilation system, improving the overall health of swimmers, allowing them to perform to their highest potential. Dedicated swimmers deserve a pool that allows them to flourish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Sue Richenberg-Weiner. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Okay.
It's a hard act to follow, but I will try. I'm Sue Richenberg-Weiner. I'm at 3202 Harrison. I'm actually a Gilbert parent, but my daughter does swim for Ames, and my younger daughter will as well, I assume. I came with a simple note card and a question, and a lot of what I would like to say is just what has already been covered. I came with a question, but to start it, the city began focus groups in 2 years, and I would be hard-pressed to say that they really understand the scope of their projects still, 2 years later. With that being said, how long is the school district willing to wait? With the current conditions of the pool and associated issues, does the board have a no-go or a go date at which you're going to cease working with the city? That was a question I had, because it is important to draw a line in the sand. My concern is we go with the city, 2 more years pass. If the pool lasts that long, what are we doing to kids for another 2 years? Also, as we sit here in this beautiful room, which I've never been in, I would challenge you next month to have your meeting at the pool and do something for 30 minutes in the pool. It's unfortunate. Myself, I'm a court player, so swimming was a new sport for me. I would go and try and cheer for them, but honestly, I go in when my kids are swimming and I leave when they're done. I don't want to sit in that pool because it's horrible, but I just dropped my 11-year-old off there to have 2 hours in the water, and I challenge and I kind of question myself as a mom, saying, am I doing the right thing for my kids? Should I encourage them to go to a different sport that is not harming them? There are a number of parents who have medical backgrounds. One in particular couldn't be here tonight. She wanted to send information, and you will be receiving different articles that she's come across that talks about the damage the chemicals can do to the inflammation in the lungs and long term, and ties to a number of very negative things that I didn't read all the articles, but she will be forwarding them to you because it's important to look at that. I think partnering with the city, if it was a healthy relationship, I would support. I don't support it going forward. I don't think the city has the best interest of our kids in mind, and you're talking 200 kids in your school district alone. I mean, there are some outsiders, we are in there, but there's 200 kids in our club, and they go through that water and that air, and I just think it's unfortunate. My daughter, my 16-year-old, we joke, she never sees her pediatrician. We see her in Hy-Vee. She's now going to her for the 3rd time this year alone. She's had 2 sinus infections, one in January, one again in March. Then we had time off. They started back March 27th. She's had 6 to 8 nosebleeds in school, at the pool, and you can't do that with a 16-year-old, so I'm taking her back to the doctors. So I'd ask you to consider a short window with the city. In the back of my mind, I know that they won't be ready because I don't think they have that scope defined. You had a scope, you have a plan. I know ACAC is a very strong partner. As I'm the treasurer, I can tell you that they are financially viable. They are a great partner, and we will not let you down going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Carla Weiner.
Hello, my name is Carla Weiner, and I live at 447 Westwood Drive. Both my children swim for ACAC and have since they were 9 years old. And really, they have flourished with the swimming program, where they floundered with the city's sports programs because of the positive coaching that they have. And, you know, recently my son just graduated up to be a freshman, and so he's swimming on the boys swim team, twice a day swimming, and he spent the first month, I think, sick from respiratory issues when he started that 2-day process. I think that I'm concerned that there hasn't ever been air quality checks done at the pool. I think as a parent, we deserve to know, are we putting our children in a safe environment? So at a minimum, I think that needs to be done for our children and for our peace of mind. I agree with what Sue said, that as a parent, I'm sending them to become better at a lifelong sport, but am I jeopardizing their long-term health by doing so? Again, with the partnership with the city, we have all hoped that would be something that could work out, and there has been the difference maybe in opinion, and most recently, we all had kind of a shock, I think, with our tax assessments and the thoughts of having some kind of bond pass after we've had those. I can't see that the city is going to be able to support this. And I do know that ACAC is a prize for the Ames community. We go to swim meets around the state, and people are envious of the camaraderie and what we do with such a limited, really, swimming facility. And by all means, I don't think a facility makes an education, but in the case of our pool, there isn't an alternative. You can't just swim in a facility that is on its last legs, and I do fear that it will break down and we won't have a solution, and then where will we be? Where will we go to swim? So I think really to re-emphasize that swimming, it's not just about the competition and being number one, although we have a very competitive team. In swimming, every child has a chance to swim. It doesn't matter how great they are, but they learn a lifelong sport, and I think we need to really think about how quickly we can get resolution and decision and move forward with the need for a new pool. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll close the public forum and move into our first discussion item tonight. We have the sale of the Crawford site, and we'll have Luke and Dean Jensen come up here. Let me give a little perspective. So this has been probably 2 years in the making now, and the last of our properties we're looking to liquidate. And so Dr. Taylor and I were purposely meeting with the task force and members of the South Campus neighborhood, trying to figure out a solution that would work well for the community and find a way to have a win-win for everybody. So we're very diligent and purposeful in our discussions to date, and we've really tried to reach out to all stakeholders the best we can. So the point of this discussion item tonight is to have Luke provide an overview of what they're looking at. I think it's something that the board would support if it comes to fruition through a potential offer that we'd be looking to review next board meeting. So with that, we'll have Luke go, and then we'll actually invite some of the members of SCAN to come forward to give their perspective on things. So thanks for coming, Luke.
Thank you. Luke Jensen, 2519 Chamberlain, and I'm with the development team for this site. First off, we're thankful to be part of this conversation and to be at the table tonight to talk about our idea for the Crawford School. As you guys know, over the last maybe 4 or 5 years, the real estate liquidation committee has been, you said, 10 properties moving through. And as a realtor in the community, selling 10 things is a difficult thing to do at times. And so you're near the end, and good job to you. As you guys know, we've been the buyers of the Roosevelt School, and we're able to successfully redevelop that site. And certainly, I think that was a hallmark project for our development team, and really built close relationships with a lot of different neighbors and particularly other neighborhood associations that had school-owned property that was positioned to be sold. Through that, we developed a strong bond with the South Campus area neighborhood scan, and over the last 2 years had been talking with them, encouraging them about their site and seeing what possibilities might exist. And so want to acknowledge their leadership, and the group that you'll hear from a little bit later has really been persistent in seeking the best for that site and something that is acceptable to the neighborhood. I'll skip this slide. Just a quick intro on the development team. These are some original 1938 photographs of the Crawford School, and just to kind of give some perspective of the architectural detail of that site. So this project will be jointly developed, hopefully with my group, RES Development, and Friedrich Companies. Both are long-term local development teams with proven track records. In fact, our Friedrich and Sons began their development activities right in the Colonial Village area nearly 90 years ago. And in a lot of ways, they're coming back home to this site at Crawford School. We think that our joint skills and resources and relationships really position our team to be successful with this site. And get right to kind of a concept site plan for the benefit here of Crawford School. So we're very early in looking at it and seeing what possibilities exist, but just want to let the board know that we're open to and exploring a lot of different configurations, from adaptive reuse to using different components of the structure incorporated into a new structure. And that's really what we're going to get to tonight, of trying to demonstrate that our proposal, which is age-restricted independent senior living facility, and that would be 55 and older apartment units, is what we'd like to see, or what we intend to see at this site. Studies have demonstrated a need for safe, efficient housing for America's aging boomer generation. And you guys know the neighborhood, the South Campus neighborhood, is flourishing with people that have lived there for 30, 40 years. We had a neighborhood meeting last Sunday. In fact, I met a guy that's lived in his home for 55 years. And so the people that live there don't want to leave the neighborhood that they know, but they also know that they can't stay in their places forever. And so we think that by creating a new living space that's specifically and purposefully built for them will be something that will be attractive. And I think there's a real need in our community to be thinking out ahead for active boomers of their next step of places to live. And so as we presented this idea to the neighborhood, in fact, many of the neighbors were excited to see this type of proposal come forward. They agreed that there was a need for this. So tonight, I'll kind of go through, these are a couple of conceptual drawings that we have of what the buildings could look like. Our goal really is to resemble the existing architecture and the look of what Crawford School was. We don't know how much of the building we will save, but we are committed to exploring what we could do with that site. So I wanted to share these conceptual drawings with you, and these were some examples at Roosevelt School that we had taken some historical pieces from the building and reclaimed them and put them back into use. And so those would be some of the touches that we'd look to do with this site. Last thing here is just talking about a win. And we think that can happen with this proposal. We think that the school district can win, and that they can sell the property to a known and respectful buyer that understands the development process, that works and connects well with the neighbors. It's a win for the neighborhood. The use is acceptable. Again, it ultimately brings certainty of outcome for the site. And our style of development is very collaborative, and quite a bit of visibility and input from key stakeholders. We think the city also benefits in that This provides diversity of housing options. That's a need in our community. Also has the opportunity to add new tax dollars to the tax base. And then from the development team, certainly we think it's a win for us. It becomes a useful and needed asset for the community, and it's something that we can have to offer to serve an emerging and very important demographic. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys might have, but I appreciate the opportunity to share tonight and look forward to continuing in our discussions.
Great, thank you. What questions does the board have?
My first question, I guess, be based on the, what kind of timeline you think you would be able to actually open housing there, because in our best interest, if we have 55 and older people shifting to that as their housing, we're opening up single-family housing that all of a sudden we might gain more students. So what kind of timeline could you actually turn this project?
Yeah, so we want to get to a go, no-go for 2017 pretty soon. So as we work through the process of the acquisition and working with the city, that will really set the timeline, but we're really not interested in sitting on this for a long period of time. So our intent would be, the optimistic intent would be late fall to start into some of the site work and site preparation. It could extend into the spring. It depends on how things go with the city and their process. So it's not something that we expect to sit for many years or an extended period of time. And to your point, Tim, yes, I think there's projects like this do have opportunity to open up and kind of renew an area. And we did see that at Roosevelt. There was probably 10 or 12 homes that were right in that immediate area that came up that hadn't been available for 30 or 40 years. So it's a neat effect, especially in a small community. Those things are noticed.
So Luke, can you talk to a couple slides back? You had the schematic overview. Can you talk about what elements would go into there as far as what portion of the building you'd be keeping? You had that one. How that would be utilized? Yeah. So maybe for this, and this is a conceptual. So the building to the top left of the slide is new structure, and that's a 3-story. There's about 24 units in that particular footprint. The middle piece is actually existing. That'd be the gym and the old boardroom and library, media center. In this illustration, we relocated the architecturally significant original entrance to the south. And certainly we want to incorporate that type of entrance into whatever we design. We think that it's respectful to the community, it's respectful to the historical integrity of that site. So I think it's safe to say that that'll come back in its next life. And then the building to the north or to the bottom right of the slide would be the same as the new building there. So we're looking in that 45 to 50 units is the goal.
Okay. In that scenario, would the middle section be housing, or would that be a community center of some sort? What is that?
Yeah, good question. So that would be more of resident amenities. So we'd see fitness, club room, maybe lounge, different things that the residents on site would utilize and for their use there.
Any other comments, questions?
Great, if I get.
All right, well, thanks, Luke, for the presentation. Now we'll have Sandra come up, and again, we've been working really closely, Dr. Taylor and I, with Sandra and her team, trying to find a good win for everybody here. So we asked her to come to talk about SCAN's perspective, this whole thing, and provide any support or concerns you may have.
Thank you. By way of introduction, I am Sandra McJimsey, and I live at 2236 Storm Street, which is a couple of blocks away from Crawford. I currently serve as secretary of the SCAN Board of Directors, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board as well as SCAN members. Also here with me tonight on behalf of the board are Martha Atkins and Evelyn Beavers. Our cohort, however, is small this evening. We're missing Barbara Pleasance, Carol Horowitz, Leslie Kowaller, Vern Kupfer, and Marcia Miller, who also have been passionately involved with the question of Crawford's future, but who are this evening observing Passover. They join me in thanking you for this opportunity to address the board. SCAN is very pleased to support the Crawford LLC's proposal. The proposal meets the criteria that emerged during SCAN's annual meeting in spring 2016, and those criteria were communicated to the district soon afterward, and I think you all got a letter from us at that time. A senior housing community for ages 55 and over was on the list of uses SCAN said we could support. Our neighborhood has always served a spectrum of ages, and we believe this proposal strengthens the multi-generational aspect of our neighborhood. Rezoning is another critical element for SCAN, and this proposal carries with it an expectation for restricted residential zoning that, when approved by this committee or by the city, would help preserve and protect the single-family character of the SCAN neighborhood and its historical significance to the Ames and Iowa State communities. Although SCAN had expressed a strong preference for preservation of the building, the proposal before you, at a minimum, respects and honors the architectural features as well as the community and cultural history of the building. The Jensens have, I think, a reputation for using every bit of what's possible in and from the building in their repurposing. And it's our understanding that they have not been able to have a full structural assessment of the existing building. Thus, we're all unsure how much of the original will be used. Also, SCAN had wanted a long-term solution for the property, and this is inherent in the proposal. SCAN had asked also to be a collaborator with the district, prospective buyers, and the city, and I'm very happy to say that all entities have worked closely with SCAN. The Crawford LLC further has promised to continue partnering with us as the proposal goes through subsequent planning and zoning phases. SCAN's endorsement this evening represents not only the board's thinking, but also that of neighbors who met, as Luke referred to, on April 2nd. Of the 45 to 50 persons present, the show of hands was nearly unanimous in support. In the group were longtime and new residents of the neighborhood, some in their early 30s and some in their late 70s. Some lived near the school property, others more distant. All of which is to say a variety of perspectives support the proposal. In closing, I want to thank the school district, particularly Luke and Tim Taylor, for engaging in discussions with us on numerous occasions during the past several years, for hearing our concerns and ideas, and working with us and with you in order to find a favorable outcome for Crawford's next chapter. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandra.
If you have any questions.
Sure, questions from the board?
Thank you.
Thank you. So the plan then will be to bring this proposal back to our next meeting for further discussion. All right, moving on to our next item tonight. Next discussion item is co-teaching.
Hang on, Luke, because we have an action item.
Oh, later tonight to set the public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, go ahead. I have two questions for you. One, the city is aware that this is coming, I assume, in your conversations with them?
Yes, we've been meeting with city leadership about this, so they're aware of it and feel that given the community response, the neighborhood response, we can get something probably put together. So I'll be formally telling the council after this meeting about it.
Okay. And then secondly, related to everybody seemingly on the same page, I think the purchase agreement that is put before us for public hearing or for later doesn't require us to be involved in the zoning action. We're selling it as is, and then it'll be incumbent upon the purchaser to work with the city for zoning modification as needed to make this happen.
Correct. That's how we proceed with Roosevelt, and we do that one too. Any other discussion? All right. Now, item 7.
Luke, while they're getting set up and ready to go, I would like to take this opportunity before we get actually to the action item of this Crawford motion later on where we'll set the public hearing. I'd like to publicly commend you, Luke, and Dr. Taylor for the work that you guys have done in showing how the school district can work with the neighborhood, the community, in dealing with, selling our properties.
Thank you.
I think we've learned a hard lesson at times over the years, but I think your leadership in this really showed that it can be done and be done the right way. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Your turn.
All right. Well, thank you for letting us have this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the co-teaching model that we've started up. We just started this up in January of this school year, so it's still kind of new to us. It's been going on just for a few months. But we did start this process of discussion amongst all of us at towards the beginning of the school year. And we'll go ahead and, I'm Justin Jess, by the way, principal at Kate Mitchell. This is Angela Pardun. She's a special education teacher at Kate Mitchell. That's Barb Malchow. She's a second grade teacher at Kate Mitchell. And Kelsey Harris down there at the end is our instructional coach. All right. So the first question is, why did we decide to co-teach? One of the things that we looked at was the Iowa assessment data for 15-16. So last year, as you recall, we started this discussion in the fall. There was a total of 11 students with IEPs in grades 3 through 5 last year. In both reading and math, 8 out of 11 students were not proficient. And we had to figure out, well, we know what the definition of insanity is, right? And we have to try to do something. We may not have the right answer, but we're going to try something a little bit different and see if we can change that. So one of the problems we were having was with scheduling across the board. So with students being pulled out of the classroom with IEPs, there was a challenge of being able to fully release a standard through what we call the gradual release of responsibility. And through the gradual release of responsibility, it's a model where the teacher kind of models the Common Core standard to the students. It leads to kind of a small group review and reteach of that essential standard, and then eventually works to a collaborative practice where peers can work with each other on the standard, and then eventually to an independent practice. And what we were seeing is with having, our special ed teachers having a full load with IEP students, they can only pull during certain times, and they would pull kids out of the certain blocks in which the IEP goals were, the kids were having their IEP goals. And so all we could guarantee for the students with IEPs consistently was that they were getting, in the gen ed classroom, was they were getting whole group instruction, so that kind of I-do type piece of the gradual release, and then possibly a small group. But beyond that, there wasn't a lot of exposure to the current standards. And so then the children would be pulled out into another location in the school, a special ed room, and being instructed on their goals, whatever their goals were, which perhaps was a year or two behind. And so it was hard to expect them to ever catch up if we weren't giving them all we could in the classroom, along with meeting them where they're at. And so we were just trying to develop a plan. That's how we kind of come up with this co-teaching model. We wanted them to have more opportunities to explore the core in the classroom with their peers, in addition to working on missing pieces within their academic frameworks. Our goal was to creatively think of an alternative structure to find a way to close the gap with higher academic achievement data. So, do you want this? Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
When we started, we decided we need to.
Yeah, you will.
You need that for TV. Yeah, the people at home can't hear you if you don't use the mic.
So when we started, we decided we needed to learn. So we started by doing readings on the different forms of co-teaching. There's parallel teaching, team teaching, alternative teaching, and station teaching. After we did all this reading, we started discussing, what can it look like at Mitchell? What will it look like in our classrooms? Which is when we decided we really needed to see it in action, and we wanted to go and observe. So we went to a first grade classroom, and we brought the special ed teachers, and Justin and I, we were able to videotape so we could bring it back. And after that observation, we realized we needed to figure out which classroom teachers were on board. We learned that it takes a lot of planning, takes a lot of time with the two teachers collaborating, and we wanted teachers who were willing to step up and take on that extra time and put in that extra effort to really look at the data, respond to the kids. And Barb stepped up. So then we decided we wanted her to come along for another observation. So they went and observed in another classroom. And after we observed there and we came back is really when the planning started. And Barb is going to talk more about what the planning looks like.
When we began back in December, when I came on board talking about doing this, Angie and myself and another teacher got together right before winter break and several times during winter break. And part of it, for the beginning of it, was looking in my classroom and saying, well, we've gone from having a model like most classrooms do with one teacher table area where during a literacy block, the students meet with me and then they have other independent or partner things they're doing to now there's going to be multiple teacher areas in the room. So we had to go and totally reconfigure my room, and it has worked out very well, but needed to totally, you don't think in the middle of the year of totally doing that, and we reconfigured the room. We also had to both look at our teaching styles. This is my first year to be at Mitchell, and so I knew Angie a little bit from before, but we had never really taught together. And so it's like with anything in a partnership, you kind of grow, and I can see now that we feed off of each other really well, but that takes time to develop, knowing your own personal styles. Everybody has their own personal way that they teach, and so we've meshed that together very well. We needed to look and determine a format. As we talked about before, there's several different ways to co-teach, and we decided that in our format that stations work best, which Angie will explain and show you some pictures of that in action. And then we said, okay, we need to really look before we're going into this of where our students are. And we decided that even though it wasn't a time for official benchmarking, I did benchmarking again in December, which you'll see some data from that later, to say what are we looking like when we're going into this, so that we can kind of see what it looks like after we've done it for a while. And so we took some time to do that. And then we do plan quite a bit within the second grade team so that the all three classes are on the same board with what we're doing, because there are some students from other classes that are pulled in to my classroom during literacy time. And then the two of us have quite a bit of time that we spend outside of school planning and thinking about what the model will look like and how the teaching will go in the classroom from day to day and week to week. The other part that we did was deciding how we were going to group students, and we used that benchmarking data to group them as far as their reading levels for reading groups. We also took word study assessments because that was going to be one of our specialized groupings as well. And it wasn't going to be just where are they on their reading level, but where are they with their word assessment level as well, to where we can get them in the best place to get the best individualized and differentiated instruction that they needed. We also work regularly with associates that come into the room, and they have stations that they oversee. And as we were doing our small groups, we do have a number of students that we need to consider what behaviors and how people work together the best to get the best for them and the best utilization of their time. And we have found, even after just a week or so of doing it, students were working so much better, and it was less independent time where they had to be independent. Some of them work very well independently, some of them don't, getting much more positive results out of that time of literacy block than what we were before. And we changed those learning opportunities to where it keeps it fresh, and that it's a long block of time for a 7- and 8-year-old to stay on, to stay attentive, and we find that we're seeing a lot more of that as well.
So I'm just going to briefly touch base about what it looks like kind of in the classroom as we're going through this process. So currently we are working at 5 different stations. Not every student is going through every station. So for example, we do have an independent station, and as Barb kind of touched base on, we're kind of looking at each kiddo and talking about, can they independently work? Is that most proficient for them? Are they successful during that stage? And if not, then we're kind of grouping them accordingly. So we take a look at that. Some of the stations that we have right now are just making sure that we're touching base on all of those important literacy components. So we're working with fluency, comprehension, at their instructional level text. We have some word study stations going on where we're releasing it in different ways, so they're having that opportunity to practice it in different ways. Each rotation is about a 15-minute rotation. So you'll kind of see some pictures here of what the classroom is kind of set up like. In this picture here, you'll see that we have 2 teacher stations that are kind of going on. One is with myself, where we're working on some word study, and the other one is with a EA who is kind of overlooking a group of kiddos who are also working on some word study. As you kind of see in the middle of the classroom here, you'll notice that it looks quite empty, and that is because not many of our students are working independently at the same time. We're doing a lot of differentiated instruction in small groups. You'll see here, this is another picture of the classroom where Barb is working with the groups, more so based on their benchmarking, and she's working with their comprehension at their instructional level text. So you can kind of see how we've got those different stations set up in the classroom. Here's another one where the kids are working on a fluency. During the fluency station, we're really just focusing on, you know, that reading, that fluency, when we're doing that through either doing some reader's theater, we have some phrase cards that we're working off depending on what level they're at, or just some leveled fluency passages that they're reading through as a group, again with an adult or an EA who is kind of helping oversee that. And then the shared learning here, and you'll see that we utilize those Apple TVs, which have been wonderful for us, and we are able to put up there what the literacy learning statement is, and so we go over that with each of the kiddos before we start, so that they know what our process is for the day. This is just a screen. This is, we have everything that is posted up on the TV in the classroom, and so this is a layout or an example of what the schedule would show. And so we rotate through this as we change stations, and this just gives the kids a good visual of where they're at, what the expectation is, what their job is. We also, it's not listed up on there right now, but usually we have a timer that's up there as well, so they have a visual of, you know, what time, where they're working, how much time do we have left, that type of thing. It keeps us all kind of on a good pace.
And the last thing is really, you know, does it work? And for us, you'll see green is good, blue is good, red is not, obviously. The December benchmarking, we wanted students to be at a K. There were a number of those students there that were at an I. They were I approaching a J, and this was done at the beginning of December. And one of the things when I sat down and thought, wow, you can see a lot of great growth and great change. And I thought to myself, you know, what specific thing would I attribute that to? And I truly believe, and as we talked about it, instead of in a normal classroom setting, which is what I was doing before and what everybody else is doing, you know, you have your small group of time. If I have 5 reading groups I'm trying to get, I'm getting about 15 minutes with each of them. And I know especially with my class, we did have a lot of low-level readers, and we had people that we spent so much time. I started in October, and we spent a lot of time in October and November on fluency, trying to become more fluent readers, because it's very hard to comprehend text when you can't even read it. So really working on fluency. And so as we became more fluent readers, a lot of those that were in the red at those different levels were reading it more fluently, but we hadn't spent a lot of time on comprehension, because in each 15-minute period, you can only divide it up so many ways. And so one of the things that I think has been very beneficial, and I've seen great growth in them understanding more what they're reading now, is because every day they have 15 minutes with Angie where they're working strictly on word work and understanding words and understanding how to make words and the rules of making words. They have another station within EA where they're practicing fluency and working on that fluent reading. And when they come to my table, although I want them to read fluently, I'm not having to totally concentrate on that. And we have just really worked daily, much more intensively on how to comprehend and understand what we're reading. And I think that that's where a lot of the results are coming from, because they've had so much more intensive work in those small groups as opposed to trying to jam it all into a smaller time period with each group. And so we've been very pleased. The students are reading more fluently, they're understanding what they're reading. Behavior-wise, we're seeing way more on-task behaviors because they're not being asked for a long period of time to be independent workers. They're getting it more chopped up into smaller blocks, and it's just been a very positive thing with us, and we see it. We're expecting great things in the next couple of months as well.
So part of the reason we did second grade, we chose second grade, is because that grade level currently has a large population of special education in comparison to our other grades. So we have 12 students on academic academic IEPs in special education in second grade. And so while Barb has some of them in her classroom, if they have a literacy goal and they're in one of the other second grade classrooms, they'll come over for part of that literacy block to receive some of this intensive instruction with more instructors. So they're all getting that piece. So it works out quite well. So, but like I said, this is something that, we obviously don't have enough personnel to do it in all classrooms, but we're able to with our special ed. It comes down to, is it a good match or not? You have to have a couple teachers that are willing to go all out and do this. It could either go really good or it may not go real well, right? But if you got a couple dedicated people to this cause, I truly believe that this is a possibility to move some mountains. I'm hopeful. Certainly it's different than before, and I'm hoping to produce some better results. We're still early in it. We don't know what the outcome is, but I'm optimistic it's going to be better than it was before, so that's what we're striving for. Any questions?
How would you like to roll this to a greater population within your building?
All right, so I have 3 special education teachers currently at K. Mitchell, Angie being one of them, and I have 2 special education teachers, level 1 special education teachers that are retiring this year. So we're actually in the process of interviewing applicants this week, and so my goal is to, like I said, it's dicey, that schedule, every child who has an IEP has so many minutes that they need to get specially designed instruction. And so it's really trying to figure out how can you make that schedule work, and who do you think are really going to go all out? Because, a teacher's job is really difficult. It's very challenging from day to day. You're looking for someone who's willing to go above and beyond their normal teaching day, because really you're planning not only with your team, you're planning with the special education teacher, and then you're probably doing some planning on top of that with the special education teacher if you're the co-teacher. And so it is a lot of work. But my hope is to get next year to get another 1 or 2 of my special education teachers involved so we can hit more grade levels. We can kind of do a mix of primary and an intermediate, at least, at minimum, to try to do that. But I like the start that we've got going, and like I said, I think it's showing some progress. I can't say what it's all due to, but it looks pretty good compared to what it did in December, and we're willing to give it a little bit longer a shot to see how it goes.
What are parent feedback for this? I mean, how are you engaging parents?
I don't know. I'll let you talk to Barb on that.
As we embarked on it, we did not put out much about it because it was more changing the makeup of how we were teaching it day to day in the room. Nothing was going to change as far as the instruction that the students got and things like that. And ironically, the students that were being pulled out of other rooms were being pulled for other things already. It's just kind of where they're being pulled to now. But what I can tell you from a couple of parents that I spoke to during conferences, students have gone home, the ones that go home, some students go home and tell their parents they don't remember what they did at school. The ones that go home and actually tell them about what they did. I've had parents tell me, and one parent in particular who is a teacher in a different district actually said, my daughter loves so much, she says she likes these stations. I mean, the kids can't necessarily go home and explain everything that's happening, but she said she gets to work with a lot more teachers and she feels like she's learning a lot. And it's not, and I think it's like with anything, you have to know your population. And I had a class in the second grade as a whole that didn't have a lot of very strong independent workers. So you feel like you're just spinning your wheels when you spend a little bit of time with them, and then you send them back to do work on their own that they're maybe going to be successful with or not do with a lot of integrity. And just because they did it and tried it, but they didn't do it with an integrity, did they get something out of it? I think they're getting much more out of it. And so it's a positive for them. They feel good about it. Their parents feel good about it. So the couple of parents that kids have talked to or that have asked about what are the stations like, they have been very positive about it, because how could you not? Your student is getting much more individualized instruction. And I would think everybody would want to be able to have a chance at that.
So budget implications for this. It's budget night, Justin.
We're neutral right now.
So give us an idea in terms of it. It sounds to me just reassigning and moving people around, but help me understand.
Right. So the model before was just, for students with academic IEPs or in special education, they have so many minutes every week, right, that they have to get specialized instruction. And so they were just, basically the setting was changing. They were getting pulled out, to a special education classroom with a teacher and receiving instruction. A lot of the times the instruction was where they were, right, based on their goals, whether it was a year or two behind. And so we wanted to restructure that a little bit and bring the teacher into the classroom, into the gen ed classroom, change that setting to allow for the kid to get more exposure to core, but also deliver their instruction in the classroom also, but also give them those peer contacts, those peer relationships, those peer opportunities for collaborative practice. Even if it was a little bit above them, it's okay to expose them if you've got kids there to help, just like you have a teacher there to help the kids. And so it was just a restructuring, and plus you take out the downtime, right, of the traveling and all that stuff from back and forth, and the teachers, the special ed teachers having to go to the rooms or whatever to get the kids and all that stuff too. But that was something that we wanted to do. We needed to change it up, and we needed to give them more exposure to the core, even if it was a little higher than where they were. There's nothing wrong with exposure, right? We got to give them a fighting chance, but we still have to meet them where they're at also. This gives you that layout to be able to do so. Plus, the special education teacher doesn't just see special education students. They're seeing all the students. They're able to rotate through all the kids and give them instruction. And so it was just kind of looked like a bonus thing for us. I mean, it just seemed like pros outweighed the cons in this instance. We knew in our current layout that we had to make some ground, in that area, and I wasn't satisfied with those results. And so that's how this kind of all sparked.
So
just for the benefit.
What I don't think you meant, but what I heard is you could execute this building-wide with your current staff without any implication to budget.
No, that's not, I'm sorry, no. No, that's not accurate.
Is this adding 2 FTEs, 6 FTEs, 10 FTEs to do it building-wide?
No, what I'm looking at is keep in mind this is still really early. We're a few months. What are we, December to now into this? I want to go back to this can go really good or this could go really bad. And really what you have to do is all about placement, and it's all about getting the right people in it, and we got this here. Now, I think that what we can do is we can, without going anywhere on budget, we can, the possibility lies where I can serve 3 grade levels with our current staff. If I have 3 special ed teachers in some capacity, I can't promise you literacy and math both, but I can promise one of the academic core areas that I can get some involvement and push in, whether that be a 2nd grade classroom, a kindergarten classroom, and a 5th grade classroom. I can do that. But definitely not, I mean, we can't serve every classroom and every grade level with our current.
I didn't think you meant
no.
But I could have easily.
But I can tell you we can do more than we are now, and that's what we're trying to do.
I mean, because the conundrum up here is, boy, that's great for those 3 Mitchell classrooms. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But what about me?
Well, the goal is also, if you think about it, though, if you can hit hard in the primary and try to close those gaps as much as possible, you can act as a preventative down the line as the rigor gets bumped up, right? We know that when kids get to 3rd grade and beyond, they start feeling hey, I'm not as smart as the other kids, they're still little like this, they don't think as much, they're not a care in the world, but when they get a little bit older, they start having that self-reflection piece, and we want to try to catch them up before the gap gets too big. And so if you place something down low and you try to close those achievement gaps before they jump to that 3rd grade and up, hopefully this will act as some sort of a preventative for students becoming, to get to the point where we're evaluating for special education. So.
Justin gave a great answer. He's dancing real fast on that one, but for the most part, I think there were a lot of things that I saw that I know about, and especially I think as you look at the classroom, I'll bet many of the people that are sitting behind you didn't recognize that as an elementary classroom. It wasn't anything like what we experienced before. And the fact that you're using individual data to go after individual students and what their needs are is what is important here. The co-teaching angle, I think, might rest a little bit more on Ms. Cousins' shoulders than maybe on our general ed budget to make that thing work. But you've got some people that are working really, really hard, and I could see in both Barb and Angie's eyes that the thing that I think is really important for people to understand is this is 2nd grade. And you're getting kids in 2nd grade that are making that very important transition from learning to read to reading to learn. And once you can turn that page to reading to learn, you've really got something going. And I can see the excitement in their eyes that that's happening in their classroom at 2nd grade, which is really good.
Just a quick point of clarification. The data that you have in front of us would reflect 16 students. I think that's what I counted. Is
Yes,
that, what's the?
Well, there was a 17th, but she moved, so
Okay.
I had taken her out.
Okay.
And then we talked about it today. This was the students in my class.
Okay.
Because the data for the students who pull in, their teachers have like that on their computer. So I didn't put that in with mine. But yes, there's a total of because I've had one added since this. We have 19 that are in the room, yes.
I would just like to say I really appreciate the courage that you took to take this leap. I know it took a lot of effort and work to put this together. What things, besides from the budget standpoint, what can the board do to help support staff wanting to make a change like this? Because it's a dynamic that some people might be resistant to, even though we have wonderful staff overall. I want to know what things can we try to help with to make it easier?
I think one thing, data doesn't lie, right? Data doesn't have emotion. Data doesn't wear its heart on its shoulder, right? And so I don't want to put something out to the public that is just an opinion, right? So I'm hopeful that a year into this, we'll have some true data that's going to show great growth, more even accelerated growth than a typical classroom typically sees. And then I think bringing people in to see it. And we have the kind of the perfect setup with the TLC grant with, teachers being able to move around the different schools and see different things happening. And if you have the data and you get the visual, I think that you're going to sell. I think it'll sell itself. I really do. Because, I've walked in there a few times recently, and it's like a well-oiled machine going on in there. It looks really nice, and the kids are engaged. But it's a lot of work. It's above and beyond work to make it work. But that's why you have to have the right individuals to do so.
Any other comments, questions? Great, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item tonight's the K-12 science update.
Good evening. We are here to give you an update on what we've been doing in the area of science this year. And I did have an elementary teacher going to be here today, and she came down with bronchitis. So I will fill you in on what elementary's been doing. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Kari Smith, and I'm the math and science teacher on special assignment for the district. Our K-6 teachers have been engaged with Module 2, which is a training that was put out by the State Department of Education in their science in rolling out the new standards that were adopted a couple years ago. When I went through Module 2, I went down to Blank Park Zoo and engaged in a 2-day crash course, back-to-back days, and I was overwhelmed. And the format that they had set up for teachers was 1 day in October and 1 day in April, so very spread out, but again, kind of the crash course format. And I went to Dr. Ross and I said, this is not what's going to be best for our teachers. And so she allowed me to schedule 5 days to spread that training out. And so those started the end of September, and we had our final one last week. And so in those days, the teachers really dug in and examined the standards and were able to figure out what they meant, what would students experience with these new standards, and what would be observable traits so that we know that students have mastered those standards. We're no longer primarily reading about science, but students are doing a lot more science. And so teachers work to bundle standards together to create cohesive units. The buzzword for this year is phenomena, those naturally occurring observable events that we can study to learn. And so they've been coming up with phenomena, those hook experiences for kids to get them excited about science. We've also had a research proposal put in by an Ames parent. She's an Edwards parent. Actually, she's got a 5th grader at Edwards this year and a middle schooler. Her name is Jen Verhoeven, and she's going to be working with our elementary teachers next year. She's got experience in writing science curriculum. And so she is going to basically kind of help us come up with some custom inquiry-based units that can fit the structure of science at our elementary schools. Which is pretty cool because we don't have a lot of time dedicated to science at the elementary level. And so we're going to do some powerful things with her help. So that's what's been going on at K-6. I've got Carrie Marsh and Mary Glenn here to tell you about 7th grade in particular and what they've been up to.
Well, we've been spending a lot of time in our PLCs looking at the new next generation science standards, essentially having a lot of discussions and conversations around that fundamental question, what do we want our students to know? What is it the new generation standards want us to make sure that they know what's essential? And also looking at what kind of assessments we can use to make sure that second question there, how do we know when they've learned it? What kind of assessments, what kind of common assessments do we all agree are accurate measures of whether our students really understand the concept? So we spent quite a bit of time on that, especially on the standards that we haven't had in 7th grade before. The new standards are integrated, so we have some earth science. Currently we're doing all life science, and so we have some earth science and some physical science, so we spent much more of our time on the standards that we haven't done before. We're pretty much almost finished with all of that. We have another work day on Thursday, and I believe we'll finish off all of that work at that day, mainly because the ones we have left are standards that we already teach, so we can tweak what we're already doing and looking at our assessments and making sure that we really are assessing them in a common way. And we also, after that, we're looking at what resources we have for the new standards and what resources we might need for the new standards, and what resources we may no longer need that we might have either to give to someone else, or maybe there's another grade who can utilize it, things that we maybe have to figure out a way to get rid of. So that's kind of where we are. We're also looking at scheduling what we want to teach and when. Well, we know what we want to teach, but mainly when we want to teach it. And that's kind of where we've been and where we're at and where we're headed.
Eighth grade teachers couldn't be here tonight, but they've sort of been living they kind of did a dry run of their standards this year, a little more so, and then seventh grade will kind of do their dry run next year. So like they said, they're kind of coming up with a spreadsheet of those necessary resources to really implement them well. So you'll see those kind of coming for approval in May. And then I've got Sam Edster and Eileen Sullivan from the high school to tell you what they've been up to.
So thank you. I'm currently a member of 3 different PLCs, and so I'm appreciative of the support that the instructional coaches have been giving us through the highs and lows of working in our PLCs. With regards to both biology and earth and space science, we have started to relook at our standards and look at the flow chart and to determine the essential standards as well as the supporting standards. Earth science is a little bit farther along. We have basically determined our essential standards and are currently trying to determine our ICANN or targets within the standards. The coaches have worked with us this semester specifically to, they've recorded our PLC conversations in order for it to be used as a model for other PLCs. So I'm really excited about that because that'll give specific examples on how PLCs can work effectively for other PLCs. For biology, we're starting to determine the learning targets and the ICANN statements. Currently, we are going to be looking at resources that we would like to hopefully gain in the near future. Thank you.
And I'm representing the physical science PLC, physics and chemistry teachers primarily. We have also been working with the instructional coaches. We're appreciative of the time with them, as well as we have common planning time right now to work on those things. We've been taking the Iowa Core, as my colleagues have said, taking the Iowa Core, and for 11th and 12th grade, we've been distributing the standards in the courses that we would offer in 11th and 12th grade, and then deciding which standards are essential and which ones are supported. We're looking at a storyline and connections because our current model has physics as 11th grade and chemistry as 12th grade, and we're switching that up. Next year will be the first year where all students will have a semester of physics and a semester of chemistry. So it's really important to have some commonalities, themes that flow through, like conservation, nature of science, things that they'll see both semesters, but yet we don't need them to have one course before the other. We can be seamless that way. And also just a storyline of how, I think, a comprehensive unit, how we can really make it seem like it's not 3 weeks of this and 2 weeks of that, and then we're going to have a test. That it's really a process of learning and progressing and assessing our students to know what they do know, and then, of course, if they don't, decide what we will do with that within our PLC groups. We're looking forward to being able to do more than planning in our PLCs in future years. I'm sure you can agree as well, because we're really stuck right now in the very necessary planning of what to do, but to be able to move into assessment and looking at assessments together once we have our coursework, our courses and our essential standards planned out. I think that Kari wanted me also to speak to the textbooks, the resource adoption that we're looking at. Textbooks in particular for the courses that will be offered next year for the first time. We'll have a Foundations of Physics, we'll have Foundations of Chemistry, we'll have a Science of Physical Systems course all offered for the first time. And the physics book that will be on display and for your approval is the same book that we already have adopted for our pre-AP physics course. And we would plan on using that both for Foundations of Physics for juniors and then Advanced Physics for seniors. It comes with the full complement of online resources and accessibility. And then for chemistry, it'd be the same publisher, a Pearson book that we would have, a chemistry for Foundations and Advanced Chemistry. and we would have full online access. And in part, we chose those two because it would be the same publisher, and for students who have a year where they're going to switch our science courses to try and keep at least something that's common. The way it works, they get the same access to both, or same access, and then they'll have those two different books. And then we're also looking at a set of books called A Natural Approach to Chemistry to have as a reference really for both the chemistry courses and for the Science of Physical Systems course. It's very encyclopedic versus really flashy. And Sam and I have been having students look at these books over the last week or so, and it's amazing how split they are. It's almost 50-50 of the ones that like this one because it's so clear and there's not a lot of clutter and the words are all right there, versus I like this story and the pictures are nice. It's just we think that both of them would serve our students well. But the natural chemistry ones, again, a smaller set of those to have on hand as reference access, but then the other book for everyone. We are also compiling as physical science teachers a resource list as well of things that materials, equipment that would help us to help our students learn the things that we're choosing for our standards and such.
So we do have samples of the textbooks for board members to look at tonight. If you're interested, they will also be available for community review starting tomorrow morning at 8:30 to 3:30, starting tomorrow and through next Monday. Those can be found here at the district office as well as the Student Services Center at the high school, if there's interest there. And then kind of as I stated before, we'll be back in May with those full resource lists for you to see and approve the purchase of, as well as these text resources. So, do you have any questions for us?
As a parent, it's pretty easy to see my children progress through reading and math. It's not as easy to see that in science. So I know once you get to chemistry and physics and stuff, it's a little bit different. But how does communication occur between elementary and middle school and early high school to make sure it's a line of some sort?
I don't know how it was done prior to me being the TOSA and prior to new standards being adopted. I think that always helps build a cohesive K-12 program, is when you get the state to adopt a set of standards instead of districts necessarily picking and choosing, and then they evolve over time of, especially at the elementary level, of what you can fit into 30 minutes a day of science instruction. So I think the standards being adopted helps in the communication piece. They really do have a spiraling effect if you look at them. Something is introduced in first grade and then we see it again in fourth grade, and then it will show up in 6, 7, or 8 again, and then they'll hit it again. So if you notice, I said that our 6th grade teachers are being trained with the K-5 teachers, where 7th and 8th, they're certified more like elementary teachers, our 6th grade teachers are. So they needed a little bit different training. They aren't specialists in science like our 7-12 teachers are. So I think by having them go through the module 2 with the K-5 teachers, but be in a 6-8 band as far as standards are concerned, I think that crossing will kind of help bridge that communication from elementary to middle school. And then we probably need to be intentional with our middle school to high school communication more so than we have been.
So I'll piggyback off of that. So the next generation science standards are out there. So as a state or as teachers, we're all in the same boat. So do you compare notes with faculty from other districts or their associations within AEAs where we're not going it alone, we're able to lean on others and they're able to lean on us?
Last summer, there was a day. Actually, there were 3 different days of training, and one of them was high school, so we went to that day. I did a webinar with Kirk Schmaltz, and I watched it, or participated in it earlier this fall. I think, and I inquired this summer, it doesn't seem like there's as much high school action going on this summer in terms of statewide. I'm sure we're all feeling the same overwhelmingness, but yet, comfort in if we are all doing the same standards, we can know where that is at. But but there's not as much organization around that as maybe we would like to compare.
The little that I do know, I think we're slightly ahead of the curve as far as really kind of diving in and implementing the standards. Craig Edmondson is our science AEA consultant that I've been working with the elementary. And we actually, because we wanted to really utilize him, we invited other districts to come to those 5 days since we had a decent sized space, and we said, come and join us and let's have more brains. And a lot of districts just weren't ready to dive in as we were. So I feel like we are kind of full steam ahead, and so we might be paving
we had
the
a
way.
distinct advantage to the rest of the state having earth and space science already at the high school. That's been a really big hang up for most school districts to move that to the high school with the expectation there are 3 strands of science education: earth and space science, life science, and then physical science. So we already had a structure in place where we had those things at the high school to be able to put them in place. So that helped us move forward more quickly.
Carrie, how do these resources, especially with regards to the upper grade level physical science courses, tie in with higher learning such as Iowa State and what they're offering at the base level?
Eileen is probably better to speak to that. I don't know.
Sure, and that's always, that connection is a little bit of a struggle in terms of what are we preparing our students for. And if we answer the question, what do we want students to learn, it might not be what the Chemistry 177 professor is going to say. We have with like our AP chemistry, it's the same book that Iowa State uses. The pre-AP chemistry that was adopted and approved last year is one that they use in one of the chemistry courses there. So we have that kind of alignment, certainly. Our anecdotal evidence suggests that our students are very well prepared in the sciences when they go away. And I always say the ones who report back to me are usually the ones who are doing well. But I've even heard from a few that are just amazed at how much they did science-wise at Ames High compared to what their peers are that didn't have their own beaker or their own goggles or never saw a circuit board or something like that. So one of the challenges that we have kind of posed ourselves to as we think about an adoption of resources, not just texts, but Ames High has always prided itself on being able to offer lab experiences to students, again, that most other schools cannot. So what things are out there that are new, that are innovative, that can be useful, like digital microscopes or different types of digital pH meters or resources that again are an upgrade to what we already have, but we can continue to give our students more access to those things in the course of their learning. So that would be my answer to you, is that we really are trying to stay on top of being on top of science education.
I do have a resource at Iowa State as well. Her name is Christy Tank, and she works with undergrad teachers in science methods courses, and she has actually come into the science content teams and done a lot of work on the engineering design process, which is one of the newest pieces as far as NGSS is concerned. And so she's kind of guided us that way in alignment. And there really aren't, especially at the elementary level, as far as like a text resource that really is aligned to NGSS. And so that's kind of why we're kind of looking at something that's we know is going to meet the standards, but it also meets our needs as a district. So going a little rogue, but we think that might be best. So
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure we're bridging that gap that can occur sometimes.
Sure.
Any other discussion? I guess one question. If you're bringing these forward for approval, and we'll have an estimated cost, we'll have budget cost on there at that time. I mean, you're basically coming forward telling us that these best align with the essential standards you've gone through in either PLCs or as a committee, and that you would feel these best align with the essential standards for us to purchase.
Both of the existing chemistry that are aligned with the NGSS.
Okay.
2017 copper and chemistry 1 and 16, I think, on the physics one.
I think that's correct.
So they were published as after the NGSS was adopted. And then I guess our other one is a resource, more of the content resource.
Sure. there's other subjects that I'd love to dig into and evaluate on my own, and I might have a valid opinion on, but this is not one of them. And so I'm trusting your judgment on this.
Yeah,
So.
I can definitely tell you that these teachers have taken advantage of their work days and their instructional coaches, like they said, and really evaluating their standards and what's essential for our students to learn and matching a resource to that and not just finding something that's going to
Not just buying a textbook.
fit the, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, great, thanks for the update. And let's take a 5-minute break, probably a good spot, so 5 minutes. All right, we are back. And our next item tonight is English as a Second Language Standards Presentation.
Hi, I'm Shaylee Santiago, ESL TOSA instructional coach, and I'm here to talk with you about the standards. First of all, it's a federal requirement under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and I've listed the 3 parts that are in that requirement. The standards must be connected to the 4 language domains: speaking, reading, listening, writing. They should address different proficiency levels of English learners. Our standards have 5 proficiency levels, and they should also be aligned with state academic standards. And so our state, back in January of 2014, elected to become part of one of 2 major consortiums of standards for English as a second language within the U.S., and that's the ELPA 21 consortium. You'll see there's 10, Iowa's one of 10 states that are part of the consortium. The red ones on the map are partners in that work. And so when the state adopted those standards, then school districts were asked to begin implementing them in the 2015-16 school year. The other thing that changed with that is we have a new English language proficiency assessment known as ELPA 21. And so we used that for the first time last spring. And then we are just wrapping that up this week as we speak for this school year, so our second time to give the ELPA 21. There are 10 standards, and they're kind of divided into 2 parts. If you click the link, you can go to a screen that lists all 10. I'll show you that in just a second. But basically, standards 1 through 7 focus on the language students need to access the core content areas, and standards 8 through 10 look at things like grammar, vocabulary, what we like to call the microlinguistic features. So let me switch screens real fast. So on the ELPA 21 website, there are lots of resources. This is one that just goes through the standards, and you can see how they're grouped 1 through 7, and then 8 through 10. A lot of detail there. ESL teachers, we've been working to become familiar with these standards, unpack them, and so forth, and we are still in that process. So I don't expect that you could look at them in one quick glance and get an idea of what all is involved there, because there's a lot. So as I mentioned, ESL teachers have been receiving training on the standards. The state, as part of the consortium, is releasing 6 different modules. Last year, modules 1 through 3 came out. This year, they are releasing 4 through 6. We've done up through module 4. We have a training scheduled for module 5 at the end of this month. So we're well on our way with the initial training. We've also been working in our PLCs at the elementary and secondary level to identify 3 essential standards within the broader 10. So very similar to what science was talking about. We've been doing kind of the same thing in ESL as well. But all this does lead into some shifts in our instructional practices. And the next slide, which is a graphic from the ELPA 21 consortium, really kind of summarizes what those shifts are for us. So I want to talk just a little bit about kind of what this means on the screen here. The first one, in ESL, we used to use very simplified texts so that students could understand what they were seeing. And with the move to the college and career ready standards of the core, we've realized we need to beef that up and give students access to grade level texts. And so it comes back to us as teachers to provide more scaffolding. What kind of supports can we give the students so that they can still reach the level of their grade level, but yet understand at the same time? In terms of language development, we've moved away from a focus on accuracy to that comprehension, production, and interaction. kind of those modalities that are part of the new standards. And then finally, the ESL standards are part of linking to the core in terms of the critical language students need to access core content areas, and analytical skills that are part of that. You know, like how do you think as a scientist? What are we looking for as a historian? So thinking about those domain-specific kinds of, or discipline-specific kinds of literacy practices. So next steps for us here in Ames, we'll continue to provide support for ESL teachers as they're implementing the new standards. We also want to work on plans to extend this beyond just ESL to the content area teachers as well. Obviously, they serve the students. Probably often they have more contact time. You know, an elementary classroom teacher will see an ELL in their class way more than we do in ESL. So they also need to kind of know what's going on with the standards, and there's a nice connection between ours and the core content areas. And then we will be looking at aligning instructional materials and resources, and as part of that, we're on the curriculum cycle for next school year. So, any questions for me?
So how many ESL resources do we have in the district?
How many resources?
Yeah, how many people?
Oh, 6 full-time, plus me.
So I imagine the application then of these standards is in the way in which you go about it for second grader versus a ninth grader is different?
Yeah, to some degree. I mean, there are some commonalities in terms of how they progress on the proficiency levels. The one nice thing about these standards, it's the same 10 regardless of what grade level you're in, but they break them out for us by grade bands and by proficiency levels. So if I'm a second grader and my proficiency level based on the ELPA 21 test is a level 2, then we can look at what's the descriptor, like what kinds of performance do we expect to see from students on each of the 10 standards. So there's a lot of levels or layers in there that makes it pretty complex for us. That's part of what, as an ESL staff, we've been trying to figure out, okay, what exactly does this mean for a second grader versus a ninth grader, even if they both are level 2 in terms of their English proficiency.
And what time, you mentioned in that last slide that you talked about additional training for other teachers beyond the ESL staff. What kind of expand on that a little bit?
Still in the planning stages, but the teacher leaders will be coming back early in August, and this is the standards class is one offering that we're hoping to get some teachers to sign up for. This past year I did sort of a pilot from January on through, I guess it was March. We wrapped up for any teachers who wanted to sign up. It was outside of contract time, so teachers could also use it for teacher quality funds. And I had 5 classroom teachers who took advantage of that. So we're kind of starting small in that respect and trying to figure out what's the best way, because obviously there are a lot of needs for the professional development calendar. And we just, well, it's been a couple years now, but we had ESL training for all of our elementary staff and then for our secondary staff. So they have a pretty good foundation if teachers have been in the district for the last 3-4 years, but the standards weren't out then. So it's new to all of us. So that's where we're at in the planning stages, still just figuring what that might look like and what are different options that would fit well for people.
Okay, is that something where you're going to need some more support from whether, like Mike likes to bring up, financial assistance, professional development opportunities, or are we good with that?
I think it's really more about the time.
Okay.
I did the training for the teachers here. The state's put together modules for us through AEAPD online. So we have a lot of information that's available. It's just a matter of when can we pull the teachers or find time that they're available to participate in the training, because it's 6 modules. So each module is designed to be around 3 hours. We can condense it down a bit, depending on if you're only a particular grade level. The modules were written for K-12. So, if you're a secondary teacher, you really don't need to see the elementary examples. So that's one way we can pare down the time, but it will take some time to get through.
Okay.
This is more of a general question. For an ESL student come into our district, in your experience, how long does it take for that person to progress? And what's that, I know it's probably different from elementary when they're still fresh and learning the language to high school, but
Right.
help me understand for an elementary student, how does that progress for that student going through the program?
It depends a lot on the student's background, and here in Ames we get a wide variety of students. We have some who come highly educated, and so they are able to make generally pretty fast progress. We have other students that in some cases we have some coming from refugee camps, and that's a completely different situation. The research would say you need somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 7 years, but that's as specific as we can get from the research because it just varies a lot by the student's background and what kind of instruction they're given. So,
Thank you.
Ballpark figure for you though.
With those 6 staff members that you mentioned, how are they allocated? Is that fluid that you allocate them as needed, or are they assigned to specific buildings at different?
So at the moment we have 4 teachers that are at elementaries. One of our teachers is split between 2 elementary buildings.
Mm-hmm.
We have 1 teacher at the middle school and 1 at the high school.
Okay.
How many different languages are spoken
Over
from our kids?
20.
I think I know.
Yeah, it's somewhere over 20, in the 20s.
Yeah, that was 22 is what Jonas
Well,
mentioned.
I was going to say it depends on the day you ask because we have new people coming all the time.
So in the district, are we serving 300 students, 400 students, 200 students this way?
Right, when I checked the count last week, we were at 250, I can't remember, 3 or 4, somewhere in that neighborhood. But back in January, it was more like 225 or 230. Ames, we fluctuate a lot. January, February, March, we get quite a few new people in for whatever reason. I think it has to do with their calendar for the school year doesn't run like ours does. So maybe they're coming more like the calendar year. But yeah, it varies a lot.
And how do we deal with communication with parents or guardians? I mean, is that a barrier at all how does that work?
Right, it can be if they're not very proficient in English, it can be a barrier. Fortunately, the state has resources. There's a database called Transact. It's form letters, so it's not perfect, but we are required to communicate with parents in the language most accessible to them per law, and so that's how we do that. We do have a few staff who are bilingual, so sometimes at parent-teacher conferences, we will have a translator available, or interpreter, I should say, for spoken. It is a struggle, though. It can be.
Sure.
Especially when you're talking about, 20-plus languages.
Yeah.
I don't want to make any assumption here. So when you're talking about the professional development that you're providing, I envision that comes as just being taken away from contact time with those teachers with students, but because unlike some other professional development, we can provide subs, but I don't envision that working. So please clarify that for me. Is that?
Yeah, so when I'm talking about the modules for the ESL teachers, we pull them out of the building for the day or half a day in some cases, and then in most cases they're getting a substitute to cover their classes. If we're looking at a larger amount of staff, that's where I think it depends how many you're talking about, right? You can only have so many subs, and we all know the difficulty in getting enough subs on some days if we're pulling large numbers of staff. So when we did the training for elementary and secondary teachers across the board, we used late start and early dismissal time on the Wednesdays. That was several years ago. So I think that's where, what is the right balance of how many teachers do you pull versus does it get on the professional development calendar for one of those time slots that's already built in?
Mm-hmm.
And the demands for those slots are, there's a lot of demand. Lots of people have things they need to talk with teachers about, so.
Any other questions? Good dialogue. Great, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, moving on. The 2017-2018 general fund budget. Dr. Taylor.
While Chris is coming up and Carl is helping get set up for that one, just for the board's information, I do have a support group in the back row who are they're there to answer questions as we move along. As you're looking at them, board, from your left to right is Steve Flynn, who is the principal at Meeker School. Sue Lawler, the principal at Sawyer School, Spence Evans, of course, at Ames High, and Pam Stanglin, of course, at Ames Middle School. They have volunteered to come here and help answer some of the questions related to a budget that goes by a lot of different names. Sometimes it's called the superintendent's budget, sometimes it's called the general fund budget. Just to be clear about, I think, most of this, this budget that I'm presenting, or proposal that I'm presenting to the board at this time, did make its way and filtered its way through the Budget and Audit Committee twice. I know that we talked with building principals and looked at all kinds of information from them at least twice, with recommendations that came forward, and perhaps a third time where we whittled it down to things that we could really afford to do and prioritized as the most important. This budget is one that, even though the general fund, or our total budget, is somewhere in the neighborhood, and Chris just hates it when I use round numbers, but it's easier to understand. We're generally a budget on an organization that runs on $80 million, and I think that surprises a lot of people to know that that's our overall budget. Of that $80 million, approximately $50 million falls into what we call the general fund. And the general fund is generally those kinds of uses that cover everything from primarily people to garbage collection. I always like to use those two examples because it does give you a pretty broad range. Of that $50 million, almost everything that we try to deal with, and as people can imagine, 80% of that is usually spent in people. And by that I mean salary and benefits. So we do have about a little bit short of that just for fixed costs and other things that happen to pop up. This particular budget narrows it down tremendously to just what are we going to do with the new money that we have coming in. And luckily we do have every year some new money coming in. This year not very much. Over the history of collective bargaining, and as I went back and took a look at about 60 years of what we called state aid to public schools, we were generally averaging about 4% new money. And you have to first understand that when you talk about percent, maybe I should use the recent number. Keep in mind 4% is about average. We received 1.11% new money this year. And the way that is translated is that is 1.1% of the cost to educate a student, or $73 per student. Our enrollment and our general fund is then determined by, in this case, that additional $73 times our increased enrollment over last year. And you'll notice at the top, the new program dollars that we received is $361,694. So what we'll be talking about, and I say we, talking about Chris and I, the help from the back. We also met with Jerry, with Carl, with Darcy, Jonas, and Mandy, taking a look at the director's budgets and where they could be helpful or where they could use some help. And we begin to narrow this thing down. The amount of money that we're really talking about includes some new categorical funds of some $62,000. I think a real important number that comes up here is one that is $299,309. That is our gain from open enrollment. And I think I've told the board this several times, but I'll help our audience realize that in 2010, we had about 200 students that were open enrolling into Ames and about 200 students that were open enrolling out. In the last 6 years, I think a lot to the work of this board, a lot to the work of our building principals, and part of what you saw tonight with Justin Jeffs and what we're doing with our education plan and Dr. Ross. We now have about 179 students that open enroll out, over 400 that open enroll into the district. That open enrollment is bringing in that additional nearly $300,000 for our general fund expenditures, so it's very important for us. I think as you go down through this list, another very important number that comes up, and Chris would point to, is the $495,000 one. And this budget looks a lot different than what Chris and I were started to look at way back in December and early January. At that time, we were both pretty much hanging our head, wondering and wringing our hands and wondering what we were going to do. We didn't know how much new money was coming in. And then when it came out to be 1.11%, we were really nervous. As we met with the Teachers Association in collective bargaining, one of the great things that happened in that settlement with the teachers is that they gave up what was called a Comp 100 medical insurance plan. And I think Chris would agree with me, that's something you can't buy on the street nowadays. And what it means by Comp 100 is it's a $100 deductible medical insurance plan. Obsolete, but it's been in our master contract since 1972, and it was very, very costly. When they gave that up, it saved the district essentially $495,050. So as we begin to add all of these things together, the new money after salary and benefits, we take a look at the budget modifications, which are going to be on the left-hand side, and you'll notice Chris down at the very bottom can point to another $200,000 that comes in, what we call turnover savings. And by turnover savings, quite often when people retire, we generally have the opportunity, although that's not something that we try to target, but we have the opportunity of hiring younger staff who cost much less. So when a very veteran staff member retires and we hire somebody who is younger and not as veteran, we generally save about $20,000 on each retirement. Not necessarily on resignations, even though we will continue to get those. And as we begin to take a look at what we had for budget modifications, and if Chris shifts that over to the other side, the things that came out that we are planning on using those expenditures for include one of the goals that the board had put down for me for the last 3 years, which is the hiring of a human resources director. That price tag of $135,000 includes salary and all benefits. We also, last year, as we began to start the school year, we had a lot of what we called hot spots where our enrollment across the district was very close to having classes that were over the, or did go over the 25 student limit. We added some educational assistants, and we also added 2 new classroom teachers last year. Those being deducted, and also that's why they're in parentheses, and also a deduction in the amount that we are contributing to the Ames Education Foundation. Comes back up to the other things that we're going to add, and that's primarily the reason that I asked the building principals to be here to provide some support. One of them is something that we have, and Darcy and I talked about this incidentally 6 years ago. And we talked with the, I think it was the Iowa Psychiatric, or the name of the group gets away from me, but we tried to determine how could we get some mental help for students in Ames schools, because it was starting to increase, and now it is maybe one of the #1 things that our building principals have said we need some help with. And luckily, Darcy and Jonas have been working both with YSS and LSI, and have really come up with a plan that for $30,000 we can get some medical help, mental health therapy help from those 2 organizations for kids that are most needy within our district, especially those that can't afford it themselves. We also, coming from the high school and middle school, is a request for 2 social workers. I know Spence visited Iowa City schools and saw how that works. They've got 1 in every building. The purpose here is, again, to help those kids and families who are in the most need. And the purpose here, again, is for social workers to connect families who need that help and students who need that help with social service agencies to help them get through the day. It's also another one that they have targeted for a lot of help just on attendance. And Spence and I talked today, and he was pretty eloquent about it, but I can't remember what he said. No, I'm just kidding. A lot of what Spence was saying is that how can we help kids if we can't get them to school? Attendance is probably the #1 thing that we've, again, other than the mental health, that our building principals have dealt with. And I know I've seen, and all of those people in the back row have witnessed them going to homes, knocking on doors to try and get kids to come to school. And a lot will admit that many kids are better off in school than they are at home. It's a different demographic. The other thing that the elementary principals were essentially begging for, and it's good that Steve is here, is an additional full-time guidance counselor at the elementary. That counselor would be assigned at Meeker and at Fellows. And for the audience, so that you know that, I think the board is well aware that those two buildings are now, one building is well over 500 students, and the other one is approaching that 500 number. And because of what we're trying to do with our curriculum and get our guidance counselors in the classrooms more, the addition of one elementary guidance counselor, splitting their time between Fellows and Meeker, would help provide some of the counseling services that some of the kids may be missing out on. And this one says 1.5 health associates. I was just informed by Ms. Darcy that we're going to change that just a little bit. It's still 1.5, but it will be a 0.5 nurse that has retired, or is left, I believe. 0.5, adding two, of course. And then one full-time health associate. What the building principals at the elementary were really looking for is we need some professional health services from the time school starts until it ends. And when we're splitting it with half-time counselors or half-time health associates and half-time nurses, we found a huge gap in there that happens just about every day in our schedule when kids need their meds. And so by having somebody there that can also take care of the bumps and scrapes and bruises that sometimes happen on our playgrounds, we're also taking care of many of the other medical requirements of our kids. So you can see there's $384,000 of the new money that is coming into the district. And I think as Chris rolls that down just a little bit farther, by the time we get through with all of this, we've got about $74,000 that is still left over, and that would be unspent. The reason for that at the current time is that as we start school in the fall, we may need to add additional classrooms. We may need to add additional health associates. And I know Director Franson asked me today about that number. Is that going to be sufficient? The answer is likely not. I'm counting on a few more retirements, or not retirements, but resignations, which may pad that just a little bit. But we're eyeballing some hot spots at the elementary, and by hot spots, I'm talking about classrooms that are reaching their maximum student enrollment. If it's a two-section building, that would be 2 classrooms of 25. Once you get over 25, we begin to add educational assistants, especially at the lower levels, K through 2, where it really, really is needed. The hot spots, there's 3 of them that happen to be in existence at Mitchell, which is something for the board to think about in the future. And the other one is at Meeker, and neither of those buildings have additional classroom space. So those people who thought we built those buildings too big, we're already starting to get a little large. What we would do at both Mitchell and Meeker as we can is we would unfortunately have to make some people unhappy by moving Meeker kids to Fellows because they have room, and Sue may benefit from some of those from Mitchell, and also or Edwards could also benefit from some of those. But if we're at 25 or 26, we want to try and keep kids in their neighborhood school. Generally, we'll add an educational assistant as it comes along. So that essentially is what that budget begins to look like. The good news out of all of this for the board, and I think everybody else is, on our calendar, you may have noticed that this particular board meeting would be the time for the board to identify that we will be making some reductions in force. There'll be no reductions in force this year, which is a good thing. I think it's also the YSS partnership has been very, very important, I think, in helping with the mental health side of it, which I think is also very, very critical. When we last met with the budget committee, Director Talbot asked about sustainability. As we met with that with the building principals, the answer to that one is pretty simple, but much more complicated than it sounds, which is we know we're going to get 2% new money next year. We don't know what our medical insurance increase is going to be. If we need to make some reductions, we'll line up everything that we've got. We'll identify priorities and determine what is most important for the kids of Ames. If it comes out that either one of these new additions in staffing or help for kids doesn't work out right, they may be on the block for next year. But it really is just a matter of identifying priorities, and our building principals are really good about that. It's been a tremendous help, I think, for all of us as we've moved along, going down the line. Again, the teachers received a 0.89 increase, or 0.89% increase in their salary and benefits. A lot of the money that they had was still theirs, was still used to give them at least a $700 increase in the base salary. but it was their money to begin with. The additional money that was theirs is being used to help support salary increases primarily for most of our support staff. Right now, that's sitting at about 2.5% for all of our support staff, and for our administrators. For our support staff, that'd be about 35 cents per hour, plus it covers a 5% increase in medical insurance. So that's kind of where we're at. I think between the minions in the back, those at the table, and Chris and I bet we can answer any question that you may have relative to this budget.
I'd like to clarify one comment you just made on with the 2% for next year. If you're having to make cuts, some of the staff positions, some of the new staff positions that you're bringing on, that you might envision some of those could be the ones that would be cut. Can you?
I'm not going to envision that, but that would kind of rest back, Director Rasmussen, I think, the priorities. If this is something that's really working and making a difference for kids, it's like when I talked with Spence today. If the social workers are working and that's a good thing for the kids at Ames High, he'll find someplace else. So it's a priority thing.
I just want, I guess I should be more specific. Was the HR position in one of those things that you would envision?
I think that one would be a very difficult one to do, I think, for next year. And the board has been wanting that one for at least 3 years. So that would probably not be on my A list on the chopping block.
Okay, that's what I assumed, but I just, again, I wanted to hear. All right, thank you.
If I might add.
We'll work around that one.
Thank you.
If I might add, we settled with the teachers for 2 years, and the second year is a 2% total package increase, so whatever the health insurance is will be absorbed in that. So we're going to know very early what that number is. We're not going to be waiting to go through the collective bargaining process to figure out where we are, so that helps with some of that deliberate decision-making as well. Yeah.
So one of the things Chris has been jumping for joy about is as soon as we know what our enrollment is, we can pretty much figure out what we need to do.
Able to plan rather than react.
Right.
So, great.
But what we won't know is what we get from the legislature.
No, but if they set it within 30 days like they did this year, we're going to know, we'll have our enrollment, we'll know that growth. We're going to know our settlement on the teachers before that even happens. So we're going to be able to plug that number in and know where we are in regards to our new money if we have gains from open enrollment, as opposed to maybe waiting till the 1st of April to settle with the associations.
Middle of February, realistically, maybe if the legislature does.
Next year, we'll definitely know that it's, well, my point was it's going to be much earlier in the process than other years because we weren't settled on the money.
It's going to be a great advantage to be able to do that. March 15th is a date that you may issue new contracts to teachers, and it may be the first time in the history of the district where we might be able to do that by March 15th. Maybe.
So the $495,000 on here is the wage and benefit increases for everybody, teachers.
Yeah, I was gonna clarify that. Although we did save almost $500,000 on the teachers package from the health insurance changes and the life insurance changes, the $495,000 on here represents an increase to all of the groups after that. So if we hadn't had that savings on the medical insurance and we'd still put the same amount on base, we would have been looking at $1 million figure here instead of a $600,000 or $500,000 figure.
Chris, remind me again, what was this year's settlement package? I think I missed it.
For the teachers, we're not, okay. We settled at a point, it depends on which way you look at it. When we settled, it was 0.89%. We settle without TSS because we split that equally by teacher. But when I report it to the Association of School Boards, I have to report it with TSS. So I reported 0.83, but we put $700 on the base. And between the IPERS adjustment, the premium reimbursement, and the change in the health insurance, we saved just around $500,000.
And is the 2.5% we're talking about in here, is that for just 1 year?
For all the classified staff, yes.
Okay.
With the exception that we are still open with PPME. We have one other union, and we did not settle with them before the changes to the law got made, so we're still open with them. So we're kind of giving our best estimate, but we're not
saying 2.5% with them because we're still bargaining. Is that a fair statement, Dr. Taylor?
That is, that bargaining is the result of the fact that they did not meet the deadline and did not even actually begin to speak with us before the governor signed the new collective bargaining order. And so when we first started to meet with them, what they are interested in talking about is something that we don't necessarily have to talk about, but in good faith, it's a good idea, which is all the permissive items like hours of work, for instance. Health and wellness. So those things, we're still meeting with them. It's really almost, I don't want to say it's unfair, but part of that whole thing is when we start talking about the only thing that we really have to negotiate with them is their base wage. So now we're really kind of in a discussion about what does base wage mean, especially when you're dealing with several different categories. For instance, in our custodial maintenance, we've got custodians, we've got second shift custodians, we've got head custodians, we've got maintenance 1, 2, 3, and 4 levels. What's the base wage here? Is it for the group as a whole, or is it for each of those various categories? So that's something I hope to get resolved. I believe our date is April 26th in a mediation session, 24th or 26th.
And if you remember when we settled with the Teachers Association, I said that would be one of the benefits to have 2 years to let everybody fight those things out on the teachers' side, and those arguments are happening right now. About half the districts settled before the governor signed the bill, about half did not, and of the half that did not, about 2/3 still have not, because they're still trying to work out what the law means.
And the other part that's unfair about that salary negotiation on the base wage is they've changed the entire arbitration rules, which has been that was a stunner to me. Generally speaking, when you went into arbitration, binding arbitrations, it used to be called, the district would have their position and the union would have their position, and an arbitrator had to pick one or the other. And almost invariably, they would pick the wage increase for the rank and file, and then give us language items. In this particular case, the arbitrator may not award a settlement greater than the consumer price index 6 months ago, which 6 months ago it was less than 1%.
It was 0.6.
0.6%. So that would be the maximum that an arbitrator could award. It's starting to go up right now a little bit, and I understand some schools are waiting to see how high it may go, but that's just a crazy thing.
And it should be easier for us with the PPME because we don't have a salary schedule. There's not steps they articulate through, so it's going to be easier for us. But the main concern on that base wage is if that consumer price index only applies to the BA1 base, and that's where the increase is, and it doesn't take into account how that articulates, it could actually backfire for the district's standpoint. So those are all the things that the other districts that did not settle are trying to wade through.
It's a little different than when some of our medical insurance costs were running 16 to even as high as 32%, and staff were getting 9 and 10 cent an hour increases. But this feels pretty good at 1.1% to be able to, I think, get up in that 2.5% to almost 3% range for our support staff. Just crazy. I know we've got that expert group in the back. If you've got any questions for them, look, they're still awake.
Actually, yes. Since they hung around, come on. Actually, a question for Spence and Pam, if you guys want to come up. Regarding the request for the 2 social workers, and I think also the, yeah, thanks, Chris. I want to see that. Can you pull that down? Or, thanks. I don't have it on my computer. And then the therapy services. How do you guys, let's start with the social workers. How do you see them, working, in each of your buildings?
Really, one of the things, obviously, it's nice to go visit Iowa City Public Schools, because they're really they're larger than us, but they're really similar in population. And one of the things, obviously, that we need to focus in on is to make sure that we get our students engaged. It's hard to sit up here and talk about assessment scores, achievement, things of that nature, if we cannot hold our teachers accountable for students being in the classroom. So the social workers really would have, they would be working on parent engagement. They would also be working with our homeless liaison and the poverty and homelessness that we have, mental health, delinquency and tutoring and mentoring. And they would be able to lock into our parents. A lot of our parents, especially see at the high school stage, they're really at a loss sometimes. My son or daughter won't get out of bed in the morning, things of that nature. How can I help them get to school? Or we're having situations. What we want to do is be able to set up someone that's at the school that is consistent, that can build those connections with parents and students, and so they can walk through the process. Sometimes that's going to be able to be taken care of within the school, but it also is going to allow us to use every resource that is involved in the community. It'll allow more referrals to YSS and things of that nature, but it's someone that a parent could connect to be able to reach out to first. Me knocking on the door, I'm not going to be able to give you maybe the right advice. Sometimes, hey, suck it up and get to school is just not the answer that we're looking for. And so we need that professional side of things to really take a bite out of the anxiety maybe of coming to school, or the lack of attendance, or the situation where people need services that we could tie them into Food at First, or something of that nature, to our homeless liaison, to really help our top % of students to continue to be successful. Obviously, we still have our counselors at school that we will be working with students on the skills of organization, working with teachers, things of that nature, but they can do that in the confines of, let's say, Ames High or Ames Middle School. This is that chance to be able to reach out, be a part of the community and part of the school. And so when we look at our early indicator system, our EIS system, and we're targeting students that are having issues, we can really dive into it, and this person can serve as that person that connects all the dots, so that we're making sure that the village is coming around the students to help support them to be successful.
Do you have anything to add to that, Pam?
I can't believe that I don't.
I'm jacked up about this.
Yeah, he is.
No, and I think that there's been a question about why can't your counselors do the same work, which they do, but they're busy in classrooms, they're making our school, they're working with kids once we get them in the door and doing all the things that they need to in their small groups and their classroom meetings and all of those things. We need that connection with the community, and we need that resource person to connect to resources. And sometimes parents and families are even reluctant to come to counselors or administrators because they don't know what they don't know. And so we do need that social worker, even sometimes to take kids to doctor's appointments, to schedule those things. Oh, let's go over and pick up your medications. Let's do all those things that kids need in order to be successful in our setting, but we really don't have those resources now to help out with that.
And I think, too, that as you stress the fact of coming in and having a meeting, let's say we're having an issue with a student, we want that connection, that social worker, to actually be an advocate at the table, to reduce the anxiety of the parents, of the student. We're here to make sure that everything's on board, that the questions get asked. How do we solve these behavior issues or academic or attendance issues? So it's not someone that is just another school personnel. It's actually coming together as an advocate to get what's done, get the best for the student to be successful at school.
Yeah. Pam, you've hit it on the head. A lot of people assume, well, wait a minute, this is what counselors do. Unfortunately, 20, 30 years ago, that was the case. The specialization of having a social worker in the high school or middle school makes a huge of a difference. I've worked in a high school where we had that situation. The counselors, are overburdened, as you both know, because we are always the past 20 years, we keep dumping more and more on them and not adding more of them per student. And secondly, we're asking them to do more, but the needs of students, especially in that social work side of issues, have increased. So, my experience is that it's a great addition to that team that works in the counselors, because that's what's going to be going on, right? It's going to be there. We're going to be working in the guidance office basically with the counselors, getting referrals, working with the teachers, as I envision it, or I've seen it in the past. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Great.
I'm trying to envision that part of this, and if you have that position, I mean, and it's okay if the answer is no, but are you, in year one and year two, do you think you'd be able to give us a data that backs up having this position, or will it just be anecdotal, or is it something that we'd have to wait till year 3 or 4 to see data that's actually showing success?
We'll definitely have anecdotal data that first year. That first month we'll have anecdotal data for you. I think it will take a while to show that efficacy of that program and how to isolate that variable as compared to all the other things, because certainly we're not going to stop doing the other things that we're doing. But in addition to that, we can tell you right now the gaps that exist and the holes that we see, and we can point to specific kids, like, we're trying our best, but we're not sure we're getting to these kids and these families in the best way. And so by year 1, 2, or 3, we'll definitely have those situations that we can share with you as well.
Absolutely, because we're collecting our EIS data right now on students. Dan Andrews does a wonderful job for us with day to day on anything we ask him, we can get. And so we're looking at the reduction, obviously of attendance. And that's why we've got the entire committee with Dr. Taylor and Dr. Ross and a lot of community members, and Sue back there as well, I believe, is on the committee. We're really trying to make sure that we get kids to school feeling good about school. And so we should be able to tell you right away, the success, and be able to throw back some data. But this is something that'll increase over the years as those connections and those family connections happen. That, we really want our families in the community to feel good about so-and-so. And, have, be on speed dial as far as we need some help here and things of that nature. That trust happens over time. So we'll see, we'll see positive data starting out next year, and then it's just going to continue to increase year after year.
Good.
Did you want to talk a little bit about the therapy services? I know Darcy and I talked about it today, which is really pretty. You may want to come up here, Darcy, and give a little bit of an overview of how that's going to operate too.
I think there were going to be other questions. All right.
I'll do the best I can. Jonas has taken the lead on this, but I've been supporting him. We are asking 2 different agencies within Ames to basically put forward an application, a proposal of what they could provide for us for therapy services, YSS and LSI. And so we don't know exactly how many therapists we would need throughout the elementaries. It will depend on our families and how many reach out to us for these services. And LSI or YSS would hire the therapists, they would oversee them, and the main thing they would do for us is they will do the billing, because they will bill back to insurance companies, Medicaid. That's how they'll get reimbursement, is by billing, and they have they know how to do that and do that well, and so they will do that part. That up to $30,000 is to assure that we have access to those therapists beyond billing hours. So our principals have identified we may need to problem solve with therapists. We may, the teachers might want them to come to a PLC, not to talk about students individually, that's all confidential, but to give them ideas. Or they might want to join a meeting with the parent and when it's okay to talk. But that helps us to have access to them from 8 to 4, whatever their hours are. They can join our professional development. They can become part of our community in the schools. And so there's still a lot to work out, and we'll be interviewing them and trying to put together this plan. But this money is to help support so we have more availability.
So Spence spoke about visiting Iowa City to get see in action the social worker. Have you reached out to other districts in terms of something like this? Is this unique or new?
It is not new, and Jonas would probably have more information on this part, but other schools, and we currently open our doors to therapists throughout Ames, and they go to the elementaries now. How this is different for us is instead of having different therapists in and out, this would be one therapist in the school. Not that the others still couldn't come in, but as parents are asking for resources and asking for our help, these would people we would really know because they've been part of our buildings and part of our community. We would really know them and be able to recommend them. So I wouldn't say it's totally new, but this framework's new to us.
I want to capture something you just said.
Okay.
So you said if a therapist is already coming in, some of our staff was shaking their heads already into a school. If we are allocating this in our budget, that does not mean that therapist still couldn't come into the school. Just means that there will be additional personnel in the school.
Correct.
Okay.
How this will work, this will be an opportunity for example, a referral would come from one of the elementary counselors, for example.
Good.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, cut from the counselor. We'll have a brochure. It removes the barriers that many families face of how do I leave work, come to school to get my child, take them to a therapy session, take them back, go back. So this removes those barriers, and they would, because they're going to become part of our buildings, we could be open until a little later for them too, so families could come in and meet with the therapist and their child together, because we don't want to lose that component of therapy. We think that's a really important part.
I'd like to thank you and Jonas for championing this and getting it on the budget, because I know that Dr. Taylor was a good taskmaster with the budget, and along with the other leadership team, you guys, had your wants, and you had to, cut it down to, well, this is what we really need. So thank you for championing this one in particular. I think it's going to be very beneficial in the future.
So, Dr. Taylor, would I conclude that this is, I'll use my terms, kind of a net neutral teacher budget? In other words, no more teachers, no less teachers anticipated unless a hotspot pops up.
Exactly right, yeah.
So I think an interesting observation about this, and it's only that I'm not in support of, is that this new money is getting allocated to district resources more than classroom resources. And so very often when we're asked, like, what are you doing to close achievement gaps or do things like this, these are investments made in the support of our system to make these things happen. And we're finding that they're necessary. We're having insights about what families or students or we are struggling with, and this is the way we allocate resources to try and deal with those struggles. And it's not necessarily changing student-teacher ratios. It's providing support to cope and thrive within the ratios that we have.
And I would add, too, that it's great to see the investment in the kids through this therapy, but also talking with principals and staff, it should free up our educational leaders in the building to focus their time and efforts on providing that leadership for education. So I know they spend a lot of time dealing with students and parents, so hopefully this will free up them to be advocates for the teachers, too.
Dr. Taylor and I have been going back and forth a little bit about hourly wages related to some of the support staff. I don't know that there's any conclusion or anything to report on that. I was just trying to understand the impacts of some of that. So I don't have anything to bring necessarily, just making people aware of that.
I've got to give a lot of credit really to the administrative team for coming forward with some unique ideas that many people may say, why are you doing that? But when you sit and visit with the building principals and kind of walk in their shoes for a couple of days, you kind of get a good feeling that this is going to make a huge difference. And how will we know if we don't try?
So, Dr. Taylor, this might be for you or Chris, or it just might not be available. I'm trying to recall what our budget history has been. So we forecast a budget at the beginning of the year, and then we get down to the end. Do we typically underspend on that budget? Do we typically overspend? Is it, I know there's so much wiggle room in there. I'm trying to, in my mind, reconcile this, what amounts to a $75,000 contingency. Mm-hmm. Is that right? Based on past track record and past history, would you say, yeah, that'll grow, or no, we'll eat all of that up and then some based on how life happens?
I would be willing to bet we'll probably eat up most of that. And if I go back to your first question, our goal is always to stay within that budget. I think Jerry's department is a classic example that kind of goes to one end of the spectrum. He does have a budget for custodial maintenance, but he has struggled, as we have, to find custodial help. And as a result, he's been at least 3, if not 4 people short all year long. So he's under his budget. We had a great winter. We'll be under our budget that way. I think on gas usage, maybe next year it's going to be a totally different story. But our goal is always to stay within that budget. And then to flip back to your second question, Director Esp said, I think 74,000. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, really looking at what we've got. And later on, actually, it might even be in your black folder. I presented you with where our school enrollment is at the current time. We're up a little bit, but then again, we've got that June, July down slope when people move out, and then we'll gain back again as 1st of August comes around, except for 2 years ago when we lost 250 kids, so it's so unpredictable. And I ventured off of the topic here a little bit, but I'm hopeful that the 74 will take care of us. I know that we'll have a few more resignations. I'm really counting on about $100,000 there for additional classroom and educational assistance to help in case there's crowding. And I was really kind of serious with Steve's building. We built his building as a 3-section building with 3 additional classrooms for growth. They're all full. And not been that long that you've been open either, Steve. And Mitchell School is identical at the current time. That's kind of where the growth has been. And I would anticipate if any of the buildings in our district, I'm most worried in the future about what will happen at Mitchell. There seems to be a lot of some development that's being talked about there. And if the land across the fence to the south ever comes open for sale, I'm certain that building is going to have some problems. Jerry's told me we can build 2 classrooms in 6 months on the new buildings. He's shaking his head yes, so something to think about.
2 classrooms on each wing, or 2 classrooms?
It'd be 2 classrooms on each wing. We can get 6 classrooms on the building.
Any other discussion on the budget? So the process, then Dr. Taylor is bringing this back for formal approval?
Right. And come back on the 24th, which will then free us up to begin to issue contracts and get them in the hands of people before the end of the year, which is always a very, very good sign. And again, I can't thank the administrative team enough for their work on putting this together, and Chris especially. Had some challenging conversations along the way, but we get through it.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, moving on to the communication plan.
Miss Kathy is going to leave the board table here and go down, so I wanted her to speak to you, and I thought the best place to do that would be from up front. One of the goals of the board and that we actually established this year was a communication plan, and part of that language indicated reaching people where they're at. It also included a comprehensive communication plan to get the word out about our district. And that's what Kathy's been working on. We've met multiple times on that, but this, I would tell you, is her area of expertise, not mine. So we met and we've talked about it a lot, and I think she's got some great ideas that she is willing to share with the board right now in hopes of getting towards that goal of a comprehensive communication plan for the district.
This is the guitar tuning session of the concert. I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible because it is late. But as Dr. Taylor said, we've met several times, but this actually represents all the work I've been doing in the last 5.5 years. It just happens to align with the board's goal now. You have asked for this goal specifically, so it's an opportunity to align this department and this whole effort with what the board's trying to accomplish. So if you recall, back in 2014, we actually updated policy KB, and that policy says that each year the communication plan will be brought to the board for approval. I'll get to some reasons why that hasn't happened, so we'll get to that. I drafted a plan, and I've been using it as my working blueprint, and as everything has evolved, I've been updating it and tweaking it, so it's been going on. So you cannot not communicate. We're communicating all the time. If you knew what I had dealt with and juggled during the course of this board meeting while I'm taking minutes, you would get an appreciation about how complicated a communication plan can be. And I'll give credit to Paul Watzlawick, who is the author of this quotation. But I have evidence-based benchmarks based on the National School Public Relations Association. I'm a member of the Iowa chapter, but it's a phenomenal organization. So just like we have academic standards and evidence-based practices for using our data, there are evidence-based practices for a school communications program. So if you look closely at this, you'll see that what this communications program is for is to support student achievement. And why is that? Why do you think a communications program, can I get some interaction from the board about how that might happen? So I'm not just talking at you. It might be self-evident, but I think you understand that the more involvement and engagement you have from your stakeholders, the more chance you're going to have for everybody to share the responsibility and form partnerships for educating our students. So when a communication plan is in place, that means it's supported by district policy and has the resources required to effectively operate. I'm going to back up. And I was a bit taken aback, I must say. We really need to address resources and the value of this position. So I just want you to keep that in mind as you go through with me this presentation. Because the responsibility for communication doesn't rely with me alone. It's not a public relations function alone. Everyone in our district is responsible for effective communication. But in order to do that, you have to have a plan, and it has to include expectations for all the leaders and managers to actively support it. So that's why we're laying out a plan so that we can have some expectations and some guidelines And the NSPRA actually says those things should be included in school leader performance evaluations. That's how important the association believes it is. So, this is my hypothesis for why this is just now coming to you. Think of what this district has accomplished in the last 7 or 8 years. Think of what we have slugged through. Think of it, the education plan is in place with the PLCs functioning effectively, the teacher leaders are in place, and you're starting to see, like the presentation we had from Mitchell tonight, how that's really making gains for students. Look at the facility we're in tonight and the elementary buildings that we just talked about, and all the work and processing and resources and headroom it took for our leaders to get that accomplished. And our finances are stable, even though we can't guarantee that the state funding will be there. We have our practices in place to protect programs for students. So I like to tell Dr. Taylor and the other directors when we talk about these things that we've done so much hard work, we can see to the bottom of the pool now. We can see down to the bottom and see the work we have left to do. And that's very exciting. And this is not a placid, still pool. You can see how fast the water's rushing here. But we can see to the bottom. And that's where our opportunity lies. Our challenges that we're talking about tonight, we are to the point in this district, we can start working on those challenges, which are our biggest opportunities to make the biggest difference in our students' lives. So now we have a story to tell. And I happen to use that for the cover of our annual report this year. Our story. Oh, and by the way, this does address some board goals. So I'll show you what those are a little bit. The communication plan combines the student success goals, which Dr. Taylor calls the Ames experience. It also combines the teaching and learning goal, where everyone commits to learning, understanding the school improvement strategies to support the district's priorities. And, oh, I got the arrows mixed up here, but the board's communication and outreach goal actually touches everything that the district does. So I combine those into 2 overarching goals for the communication plan, and one is simply the board goal for outreach: implement a comprehensive and transparent communication system targeted and accessible to our stakeholders, and then to position the Ames Community School District as the district of choice. And this is based on achieving those learning indicators that the board is working on defining. The Teaching and Learning Committee knows what I'm talking about, and Dr. Taylor knows what he's talking about when he says we need to define what the Ames schools experience is. When we do that, that gives us an opportunity to bring in more resources. And when you think about open enrollment, that is where when we tell our story, people are drawn to our district. So each student we bring in adds almost $7,000 to our operating budget. So it's not just our reputation, it's our revenue. So the communication plan is simply the blueprint for embedding communication effectiveness across the entire building and its operations. Now, I have a link here to the plan, and I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. I don't want to go off into it. It's a big 52-page document, but what we're going to look at tonight are just the highlights that fit the board goals and the areas that I think are critical gaps that we need to close. So there is a link, and I'll send this presentation to you. The link is also in the board agenda, but I want you to look at it and see where we are with the goals and strategies and tactics and measures, because it's a moving document. So how do we start? Well, we've got some things that are working pretty well. So we need to build on those, and we need to get feedback on how well they're working compared to how well we think they're working. And then we need to close the critical gaps that Dr. Taylor and I and some of the other directors have worked on. So I'm going to go quickly through. We need to establish procedures and guidelines for proactive communication on key issues. And I want to stress that it's not that we don't have the channels and the media to do this communicating. What we need to do is be more proactive in our messaging. And I'm going to flip through this really quick because it's getting late. But you can see there's a lot of different areas that are just at the district level, and we haven't even gotten to the building level yet. But we have channels. We have the website, we have print and broadcast media, we have social media, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. We have Infinite Campus, and we've even done email newsletters. So we have multiple channels, but we just really need to make sure that we are closing that gap and being proactive in that communication. And I showed you some examples. For example, in social media, the way it works is based on response. When we sent out the message about, we're glad you're here, you belong here, this Facebook page had almost 80,000 hits. And although we do our due diligence and we put out our agendas for board meetings, those might get 400 or 500. And that's available for the public who's looking for it. But you can tell that it's engagement that gets the response. It's something people care about. It's putting a face on it. So that's why you see on the district website, if I go back, we have these areas where we put a face on the news, we tell our story, and we need to just be better and better at that. So I am going to just be opinionated and bold here, and I think we need a ticket out the door for every meeting where we make a decision, where you don't leave that meeting until you have a plan for crafting the message and delivering it, and telling me, by the way, or somebody who can do it. Then the glue that holds our district together is our communication with our parents and our families. And I'd say, Carl and I have been talking about this. We really want to focus on parent-teacher communication. As we get the district level and building level things firmed up, we want to work on parent-teacher communication because that's where most of the engagement really lies, and that's where parents care the most. And I had a conversation with Carl not too long ago, and we met twice. And Carl, I'm going to call you out here. The first time we met, he said, "We're communicating. Look at all the ways I got this message." So he pulled up about 45 different messages he got from his elementary age students, not to mention his middle school age students. And then the next time he met, he said, "Oh, I got this message a lot of times, but it wasn't necessarily the information I wanted or needed, and it wasn't very well done." So we're going to be working on that. So just chasing down and getting some consistent guidelines for newsworthy events, little newsletters, announcement, how to use Infinite Campus, and then giving support to the teachers for those things parents care about, whether it be the grade level expectations and what they can do to support their students at home, to even interactive projects they can do for learning, and the celebrations and things that hold the classroom community together. The other thing the community is crying out for, and you'll see this, we're going to hopefully approve a policy tonight about the board policy and board participation. So enhancing those opportunities, we have a lot of existing ways that we're already face-to-face with our parents and our community stakeholders. So if we can get some feedback and data on how effective those are and how we can improve them, I think we'll go a long way. And this is a screenshot from the communication plan where I list what some of those are, just so you see that we have a launching point. We just need to be sure we're being effective. And even to the point of, I know, Mr. Rosser, you are meeting with some PTOs and PTAs, and that's changing the culture a little bit about those events that some parents don't go to because they think it's just for fundraising and event planning. When we get administrators with topics that our stakeholders care about, we can make that a more authentic way to have two-way communication. Then we need to figure out new opportunities, and we're still talking about those, like this board policy. How much discussion did it take to figure out the difference between discussion and dialogue? So we've got some work to do there, and we'll get it done. The next major part of the plan is refining the district brand. As you know, we have come a long way, and we still have a long way to go to refine our visual theme so that everything complements the message that we're trying to convey to our stakeholders. Our website was a good first start at that. But I want to emphasize that we need some messaging to go along with that. And I'm going to jump ahead. We've got a few that our web developer helped with the web design. But if you really want to know what it looks like, go to Northwood and see what Brandon Schrouth did. On a microcosmic scale in his building, Brandon has accomplished what the district could do if we put a plan in place and the resources together to make our vision and our mission come to life, so that every day we know what we're doing and what we're about, and we have visual and verbal, articulate, eloquent reminders to remind us and re-engage ourselves and our public. So this is not an afterthought at all, only because, in all honesty, I had to drop crisis work this year to get some other things done. We really need to ramp it up with our crisis response communication. And Dr. Taylor and I discussed this, that this would be a great thing to do with the new Human Resources Director, to get a scope of that. And then the Communication Director will support the orientation and training and practice for it. So that will be something coming down the road. So quickly, the next steps are formulating the strategy to go with these goals, to the point of, for example, we are going to be meeting in some of the admin PLCs over the summer to break down into work groups so that everybody can build on what they're already doing and take ownership for what we need to do to accomplish these things. So when I just want you to know that this role touches every single student, parent, staff member, and community member. So I want you to consider how much of a priority it is for you to actually implement a communication plan. So you need to think about it. You need to think about the resources, staffing, cooperation, and collaboration that it takes. So I'm just asking you, and it's part of my legacy management, because this is not about one person. This is about a role. And if you look at the benchmarks and the guidelines in that NSPRA documents, you'll be a little in awe of what it says that a district should be doing and what it can accomplish by doing it. Any questions?
Definitely. What are some of the things that you mentioned, the PLCs, and what do you envision, for example, that a PLC would be suggesting, adding to, the plans they're on regarding communication?
When you talk about a PLC, that touches telling our stakeholders what we're accomplishing with student learning. Mm-hmm. And making that in language that is accessible to parents and community members. Like when Dr. Taylor saw that picture of the Mitchell classroom, he made it a point to say, that doesn't look like the classroom you and I were in when we went to school. So reinforcing that message all the time, that we individualize, we use data, teachers collaborate, they share each other, they share students, and then you see the achievement that comes from that. You have to constantly tell that story over and over again with the different faces of students and staff who are making it happen.
Yeah. Well, and just like I did it myself, we said PLC, and we shouldn't always use those acronyms. We should be saying professional learning community.
At least the first time.
Yeah.
In written and spoken. Right. And hey, there's some style guides at the bottom of that document that talk about that kind of stuff, but who's going to read them, right?
So Kathy, that you have in here some timing related to some of these things, some specific, some a little bit more broad, just in my quick run through. You speak about resources. So what do you imagine we should be thinking in terms of supporting resources necessary for the execution of a competent communication plan?
I think you need to look at this position as not being a one-person department, and so that this position can work strategically and delegate the more clerical aspects of it. So that requires looking at actual dollars. So because it's strategic, and anytime you're being strategic and you have to execute a strategic plan, you have to not only have the time, you have to have the expertise, the experience, and the collaborative time and the processing time to do it well.
Oh, no issue with that. So, so more FTEs dedicated to communication were not in the budget that we saw tonight, so that didn't go.
No, we discussed it. We discussed it, but I guess it didn't move forward.
Right.
I think, Kathy, when we talked about that, we were looking at a person for 3 half-days a week.
Yeah, I was starting really small.
Yeah, so that's something that there's a couple opportunities here, I believe, to make that happen. So part of it could be an internship through Iowa State. Several different ways to make that happen, but she does need some clerical help.
Kathy, I know we've talked in the past with regards to some of the policies. I would just request that if you believe there are any policies that are still out there that need to be looked at or re-looked at, if you would just email Tim and me with that information on those policies, and would gladly continue to work.
Most of them are in process right now, the ones that relate to my department, but yes. New ones may need to be written if when we launch a plan like this, we might need to see some more administrative rules for how we actually accomplish some of these things. That's why I don't have timeframes in, because getting buy-in and actually accomplishing the work when it's everybody in the district who has to own the work, it's not the same as somebody like maybe Carl has his technicians and he can just tell them what to do. I have to do my work by influencing and getting buy-in and getting the collaboration so that people can go out there and do the work. So that takes longer, and it can't necessarily be done by June 15th. So that's what we're working with.
Kathy, you referred to a ticket process, that any decisions made at say, the board table, then we'd have a ticket process.
I should have said formative assessment, because that's what they call the ticket out the door, is a formative assessment. Sometimes tell me what you learned before you leave the room.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So our formative assessment, maybe before we have a meeting, is do we have our I can communicate this statement or something to that effect?
Any other dialogue? Questions?
So what's next? So you've presented this, we have a link to it. What's next?
The board needs to formally approve it. It is part of our policy that the board needs to approve a communication plan as a living document, and then we will do updates as we set some of the timelines and accountability measures. We have to mutually decide what some of the accountability measures are. Just like you're struggling with how do you define student success, we're going to have to wrangle with what kind of quantitative and qualitative measures do we want to put in place to make sure that we're meeting these goals. But I wanted to get this before you so that we can start that process. Having you guys approve it brings it to the level of your attention so that we're, it just really supports that district-wide buy-in.
All right, thanks for the update.
Yeah, I would just say that's great, and that's irrefutable, and I can tell that you have a lot of passion around that. And Dr. Taylor, we probably need some help because we have a lot of needs and finite resources, and I mean, we can support and endorse things, but if we're not prepared to resource them, or if either budget
and
or
that's
time
true.
or priority, and all of that isn't allocated. We're just putting anybody in a position to, well, they said it was important, but I got nothing.
That's exactly true. And I was even a little daunted to come up here and present to you because this is not something I'm doing for a formality. This is something that needs to be in place for this district to be as excellent as it can be. So how we get that done, I don't know. But it's just as important. It's because it touches every single facet of every single person who interacts with our district.
Well, and I would have envisioned that as you described what's next, Mike, you asked the question. This is what we need to bring this up either at the next meeting or the following meeting and approve it. And if it needs to change between now and then, if some of the ideas, Doctor, I think that's the time when doors get locked. Was that noise?
That was it.
So Dr. Taylor, you know, I think if there's some things we need to tweak in this plan before we bring it for action, I'm all ears, but I definitely do think that we need to move forward with this plan.
One of the things
Or
that
a plan.
that Kathy and I will work on, I guess, some clarification and simplification of it, perhaps.
Right.
Thank you. Moving on to our next item is committee reports, updates from what was provided.
I think while the board reviewed that, on the Budget and Audit Oversight Committee, besides Director Talbot, I wanted to thank Gary Botine, who is the CFO with Mary Greeley, and also Rod Munn, who is with Dan Foss, who are our community resources on that particular committee, for their help as we work through the audit and then eventually through the budget with them. So thanks to both of those guys for showing up.
Teaching and Learning Committee is meeting Wednesday, April 26th, 9 to 11, here at proposed for Conference Room C. Some of the things, there will be an update on the K-2 reading pilot, Northwood pilot, cultural proficiency. Those are some of the things that are on the tentative agenda, but the final agenda will be posted in due time.
I don't have a date or anything specific, but I know policy has talked about wanting to meet again sometime toward the end of April. We'll obviously, as we coordinate that effort, make it known when.
And some of our discussions here in a few minutes will probably guide some of those conversations and make some of that more or less urgent, I think.
All right, moving on. Board policy discussion, JEC, school admission. Tim and Rodney.
You can
start.
You can start. Well, I guess for me, the big thing that I take from this particular policy is that we're putting a lot of language into the policy. As you can tell by all the bold, not really a lot of strike through. The reason behind that is to bring clarity to a topic that has many concerned. Nothing that is written in this policy as an add to it is a deviation from current practice. I want that, I guess, to be clear going forward. I know we had a member from the public speak earlier tonight reference this particular topic, and you know, I want to make sure that we reiterate that the school district is going to comply where they are required to with anyone coming into our building with a legal requirement to do so, and will act in the best interest of our student population at all times with regards to that issue. We could sit here and try and write a policy that's super comprehensive, but the reality of it is that we're going to do what we have to legally, and our primary mission, again, is always going to be protecting the well-being of our student population.
We did get the feedback. I believe Dr. Taylor printed this off and made this available to us all tonight. I read through that a couple different times trying to wrap my head around what they were asking for, but I think I kind of fundamentally agree. I mean, we're talking about, we reference immigrant children a few different times in these notes where I'm not sure that we need to specifically say immigrant children. It's students of this district, and the one email that you all have in front of you, I think maybe this does need to go back to policy, or maybe we just make this, you know, if these suggestions are things that everybody believes should be made, I'm not so sure that that rewrite that was given to us doesn't make some improvement to this policy.
I did reach out to Mr. Kuhn this afternoon just to ask to clarify kind of where he was coming from.
Yeah.
And I think he voiced some of the things that I've said in the past about trying not to be overly political with statements because we are a nonpartisan board. And so his opinion was we could stop after the proposed policy where it says under equal protection clause, period, and then not get rid of that whole next part, or go with what he put in that email about the education of immigrant children, about the 14th Amendment, blah, blah, blah. So I appreciated his perspective because he just said that it could be construed by some as being too political. So I agree with what you're kind of saying, Tim, that either adopting that based on that response or putting a period there could make sense.
And I would merely state that the addition that follows that goes to give clarity, because not everybody is going to know what the Equal Protection Clause states. So this is just bringing that information forward in a manner that's easier for them to understand, so they don't have to then go out and research that and find it on their own accord.
So you're saying that we should keep it, or no?
I'm not opposed to keeping the language in there because of the fact that it does make it easier for people to find that information, so they're not having to go seek it out on their own accord.
Correct.
I mean, if we're going to be referencing it and it's not something that's common knowledge to people, which I don't believe that it really is, although it probably should be, it's not hurting us to have it in there.
Right, right. I agree. And more importantly, for two reasons, I would strongly encourage us to keep this in the way that Dr. Taylor drafted it. First of all, this is really a summary after the semicolon, where it says to no substantial interest, or that no substantial interest is furthered by discriminating against children who made no excuse me, control over their parents' conduct nor their own undocumented status, but who would be disadvantaged for a lifetime is denied a public education, if denied a public education. That is a summary of the Supreme Court decision in Plyler versus Doe from 1982. So it is important to specify that that language. It's not some language that Dr. Taylor just came out of or pulled out of his, although, you know, he's a pretty creative guy at times. That is the summary from the Supreme Court decision of why immigrant students ought not to be discriminated against under the Equal Protection Clause. So I think for that reason, it should be maintained. Secondly, if we go back to the main reason we were doing this from the very beginning, is that what prompted this was the flyer we stuck up throughout the school district of wanting our kids to feel safe and welcome at schools. That's important, and by leaving this language in, it clearly states what we're trying to communicate. I think changing it to the language that Mr. Kuhn suggested really waters it down and doesn't really communicate what we're trying to say to our families and students about being safe and welcome and comfortable.
How does it water
in our
it down if
schools.
it's the same effect?
Pardon me?
Can you expand on that? How does it water it down if we get the same effect out of it? I want to understand where you're going with this, because I understand where he's coming from to eliminate it. I don't understand where you're going to keep the language in there, and I really want to try to understand that, because if we get the same effect, how does it water it down?
It completely waters it down because all it says is enrolled may claim protection of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, period. It doesn't say why. And the whole point of this is based on the decision by the Supreme Court in 1982 in the Pyler versus Doe case that said school districts can't and must educate all students that, you know, are residents of their community. So I think, again, let's not deviate from what Dr. Taylor presented to us, and I believe, Dr. Taylor, if I'm not mistaken, you based that on information that you received from the Iowa School Board Association, didn't you?
That is correct.
Yeah. So I'd like to see us move forward with this without watering it down any more than it needs to be.
Dr. Taylor, correct me if I'm wrong, did the school district attorney also review this information for accuracy?
That was actually part of what came from my ISB. It was a collaborative effort. The one thing that did come up that I was looking at just to make sure is the comments, especially about notification of parents, and it's my sense that if there is a federal agency that stops by and wants to see that, we certainly would contact the parents of that child. So that might be something I want to add there, but just for board information, the only group that I know that has the ability to say or tell the district, no, you will not contact the parent is DHS. Right. They're beginning an investigation. But I believe if it's federal or state authorities, we would. I think it's mentioned in here, but maybe not as clear as you begin to get to the second page on the administrative rules that we will, says they should, for instance, Ms. Lawler should contact me, who will contact the district attorney for guidance. Part of that guidance is, are there any restrictions about calling the parent or not? But generally speaking, we would contact the parent in case DHS or unless DHS tells us not to.
And what about the question we had earlier from the public, a member from the public about ensuring that, and I don't know, I'm asking that a school personnel remains with the federal agent, because that is not clarified. And I don't know, I mean, is that something I would assume have to pass by district council?
I certainly would pass that by district council, correct. You know, if it's an undocumented immigrant, I'm not certain what their rights are, to be absolutely honest. But if it's guaranteed under the 14th Amendment, does that include the right to have their parents there? Does that include the right to have a neutral adult with them during that time? So I'll get that clarified for us.
Well, and that's why in the beginning portion of that, we emphasize that the first thing that has to happen is that the superintendent's office is notified and the district attorney is involved in the situation. Then, that's the protection I see as from the reading, is that they will then ensure that all appropriate, legal safeguards for that student will be honored going forward from that.
I would caution against the expectation that a district individual would be privileged to the discussion that goes on, just because of the nature of the interview or whatever terminology you would prefer to use. If it is of a sensitive nature, it could be something that ends up drawing that person into a court case. And they may not have any right to that knowledge or that information. So it's really important that we don't create language that we can't adhere to when the event, should it ever happen, occurs. It's best to keep it a little bit more loose and refer to school district attorney and council for best practice in the moment when it happens.
Yeah.
Because there's different instances that could cause a subpoena from a federal agency. I think there's been this focus that this would be immigration related, but yeah, we're setting a policy that it could be anything. I mean, the federal agency could come in for some other reason. I mean, it could come in for some computer hacking case and want to interview a student. This policy directly ties us to whatever we write in here, and that could be a completely separate set of events, so contacting district's attorney to find out how they think we should proceed seems like the better bet than saying we will automatically have a personnel in the room.
It really could be a municipal, state, or federal agency, just depending on the nature of what's going on.
Yeah. I can share, and the reason, I came into this thinking, that we probably had this about right, and I appreciate Dr. Taylor's effort in it. I'd reached out to one counselor within the district asking an opinion, and I can share the email with everybody. Some of the highlights, the same thing I was just kind of mentioning comes back in the email. Just says, it seems as if throughout the rest of the school admissions section, one could replace immigrant with any student and have the same effect without delving into what an immigrant is. And this policy is about students. It's about kids. And so I'm kind of torn on that now, because I can't, I got this email at 4:51. I read it, and I was driving home at that point. So I read it at 5:40 or whatever. Well, I got a snack before coming here, and then all of a sudden, before I got that, I was pretty set that I think we have this right. And then all of a sudden, I'm thinking about it again, trying to decide if we need to make another change before we. Not that we can't review it in 6 months again, but.
Yeah, and I would add, we're not even going deep into the status of what immigrant is, because quite honestly, it doesn't matter to us. We have a child living within our district boundary. We have an obligation under law to educate that child regardless of their status, whatever it may be. They might be here because mom and dad are here on a student visa. They might be here because they're immigrating to the United States with proper documentation. Maybe they don't. It doesn't really matter in our perspective. We have a child in our boundary. We have an obligation to educate.
The other thing I would throw in for practical consideration, so if somebody shows up and wants to talk to a student, it's fine if a building principal calls the superintendent and legal counsel, but if it takes two hours, 2 days to get a response, that's not useful. It's not likely we'll say, hey, this isn't working for us right now. Can you come back on Friday and we'll let you know if you can talk to somebody? So it feels like, Dr. Taylor, if there's more prescriptive direction related to that, because God forbid if it occurs, it'll probably be bang, bang circumstances. It won't be, hey, let me check this out and we'll get back to you. Because they're showing up probably not for that, I'm guessing. Not to be put off until it's convenient for us or for the student.
I would tell you that almost any law enforcement agency that wants to come and talk to our students is probably going to have a warrant giving them permission to do such.
Yeah.
And if they don't, it's a request. We are not obligated to grant that request.
So by saying that, do you mean that any of that would be not covered by the policy, because if somebody's got a warrant, it doesn't matter what our policy is, yippee skippy, they're going to get what they want?
They're going to get what they want within the grounds of that warrant and how it's applied. And that's a really long conversation that Bill would be better to explain than me.
Thankfully, he's not here. It's late.
Well, he'd probably be a smart
Can you delete
attorney,
that
and
from
he'd
the
say,
record?
that's not my area of expertise, and he'd pass that on to somebody else. But,
So I guess, do you guys have guidance then, or?
Well, I guess from what Director Espes just said, do we need more written into the administrative rules on how this procedurally happens behind the scenes? If, do you need more steps taken on making sure that we are being as timely as possible in this, or are those steps already done behind the scenes that we don't really need to worry about it? We typically don't we don't debate the administrative rules when we're debating the policies quite this much typically anyway, but do we need more written into the administrative rules to take care of that?
I think perhaps, and the thing that Mike brought up, which makes really great sense, is I think everybody has this Gestapo sense about all of this, and somebody's going to crash in through the high school doors and run down the hall and start grabbing kids. That generally is not how that works, but I do have a concern that if it was something that was that urgent and we could not get a hold of one of our school's attorneys, now they've got a whole fleet down there and you can get bounced around several times, but there was an instant last week, it was the first time in my experience in working with our attorneys, is that they were all out dealing with collective bargaining things. And I went through 4 attorneys' offices and never did find one that could answer a question that I had. So Director Espet brings up a great question. They're not going to wait around forever. So the question then becomes, what do we do in that case? And I would like to visit with our attorney about that exact situation, should it happen. And that would help, I think, give the prescriptive direction that I think that we're really looking for.
Can you then run past them the specific identification, since we've got, you know, a couple instances here of people identifying that using the wording that we have in the actual policy, that they think that maybe we should open that up to just discussing it, that it's all about all children, and see what they think. I mean, I know you guys very carefully worded this.
Sure.
And I, you know, like I said, a long time ago now, but mid-afternoon, I liked the wording exactly as it was, and now I'm questioning it because of a couple of these responses that we've gotten, and I would like one last review of that.
Yeah, I don't think it's any secret that the wording here was really designed to be directed towards all students, meaning any student who is enrolled and in our possession, so to speak, within the schools, no matter if they were an immigrant, a non-immigrant, undocumented, didn't make any difference. We're all going to be okay in our buildings. So
we've got one external source within our community and one internal source within our staff that have identified the same exact thing, that they wonder if the wording isn't incorrect.
Well, Tim, I'm wondering about which section you're talking about, because if you're talking about, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Please clarify.
That they just specifically identified that we're talking about all students.
Well, if you're talking about the
in
section.
The school admissions part, and like I said, I'm not sold on that their modifications they're asking for are correct. I would like to have it reviewed one more time, is what I'm really saying. I want this policy passed and passed quickly, but I don't think it's asking too much to have those couple of things looked at to make sure that just like every other item we talk about, I'd rather get it right than get it done.
Totally agree with you, Tim. The thing that I'm questioning is 2 questions. One, you're referring to the section in the policy that is titled Education of Immigrant Children. So that section wouldn't apply to all students. That's just specifically talking about education of immigrant children. And then the rest of it in the administrative rules does talk about all students related to no subpoena by state agency, federal agency. There's no reference there. I'm just scanning it again real quick. There's no reference there whatsoever to immigrant students. And then access to students, there's no reference whatsoever to immigrants. So the only part of the policy that you're talking about is actually the section that's titled Education of Immigrant Students. So why would you change that? Because that doesn't apply to all students. That only applies to immigrant children.
But wouldn't that assume we know the status when we don't?
Pardon me?
Wouldn't that assume we know the status of an immigrant student when we don't, since we don't ask it? I mean, it's presumptuous to say that you're an immigrant student when we don't ask, we don't know. So I think the wording of children makes a little more sense, and it actually gets rid of the politicalness of it.
It's not about politicalness. It's about the Supreme Court's decision.
I know, but it's when you get an email.
And that's not a political statement, sir.
But I'm saying,
okay, I'm gonna interject here for just a second, because quite honestly, we are only identifying one group of individual in this regard. It does feel a little bit like a knee-jerk reaction to some of the current events that are going on. and how people feel as a result of that. And I think in the very nature of that reaction and how we're responding, it could be perceived that it is being politicized. Whether that's true or not doesn't really matter. In the long scheme of things, perception drives people's understanding.
And I totally agree, and that's the concern, is that we have, and I've been told by school staff, we have families in this community, in our schools, that are concerned, that are afraid. They're afraid to either send their kids to school, the kids are afraid to go to school, or worse yet, we have some families that come to the community that if they don't have the trust in our schools, they won't send their kid to middle or high school. They'll make the choice of having those kids work instead of sending them to school where they should be. And that trust needs to be built. These are the types of policies we need to enact so that parents and students in those communities feel safe and comfortable coming to our doors. That's what I've been told by staff that have been working in this district for many years. This is a real concern of theirs. Whether it's something we're seeing happen in Ankeny or Cedar Rapids, no, okay? But you can't say that these families aren't concerned, because the reality is they are. Otherwise, again, we wouldn't have taken the time, effort of putting up these posters all over our district a month and a half ago. We wouldn't have done this. We did this for a reason, because there are families and parents and students that are concerned.
So do you have guidance or? No? You go first.
My own opinion is that this is not complete as it is prepared right now. And while I do want to get something produced and pushed out, I concur with Tim that we are not doing anyone a service if we push something out that is not the best that can be going forward from that moment in time. We ask our students to provide their best efforts, their best job when we ask them to do things, and we should be doing the same for them and for this community. So if this policy as written is debatable at best, I really think it needs to come back to the committee. It needs to be looked at, reviewed further, and we need to really make sure that what we push forward is the best thing we can.
I think the only piece of guidance that I would need then would be what's the purpose of the policy? I guess if I get some clarity on that, we can make some headway.
It's interesting in the fact that, I really appreciate what Lewis is saying in the fact of wanting to provide assurances to all parents. I want to try to do it in a way that balances perception, as Rodney was talking about. So, again, the gentleman I talked to today, he supports the concept. It's just the wording made him pause. And that's kind of what Tim talked with an attorney today, too. So I think it'd be good to go back to policy again for another discussion. Again, I want to support something. I just want to make sure that we're hearing all sides.
Coming back to policy committee might be going a step further than I was really thinking. I'm fine with that, too. But I was really figuring that if Dr. Taylor was going to look at the administrative rules section of it, that while we were doing that we might be able to double check the actual policy wording and then still just bring it back next time with the revisions. That's what we do with other policies. We make revisions in between the in between the introduction of it and the actual vote. We do it, we don't make a lot of revisions in that window, but we make revisions in that window. Mm-hmm. And if we can do it without it coming back to committee, I'm fine with that, if it moves it along quicker.
Dr. Taylor, what do you feel? With running the district, what's your preference?
That's a good question. I think I'd rather have that discussion with the policy committee as we meet back on it.
Okay.
Well, and I think that's appropriate. I think
It's a really great question. You know, if the purpose is to deal with all students, are we trying to address a threat that immigrant students are going to be dragged out of our buildings? Now I'm confused from the discussion which way this is supposed to go. The intent really in the policy was to make sure, that people understood the difference between an immigrant and a non-immigrant student, which was clarity, and then provide some assurance that no matter if they were our kids, immigrant students or non-immigrant, if they're in our buildings, they are safe and under our protection. So if that's really the purpose, I can come back and begin to work on this back again with legal. But then it was also some clarity under school admissions on the administrative rules, because this is where our building principals are going to go. If they have somebody that comes up to the door and they're a local law enforcement, we've got a lot of trust in the Ames Police Department. But it still makes it very clear that under this, if they come up and they want to know the address of students or whatever, and it's our local police, we're under no obligation to give it to them. I don't know if a lot of people knew that or not.
Right.
I don't think a lot of people understood that if it's a subpoena from a federal agency that shows up there, we have some ability, and I come back to Director Espset's question, we have some ability to at least attempt to contact our attorney to try and make sure that we're making the right move, but we are in a sense of liability if we don't have that time. And of course, if a state agency shows up with a subpoena, we pretty much have to get out of their way. So there's trying to provide some clarity there. And I'm rambling maybe just a little bit, but if we're coming back to address all students, or do we want to specifically identify what we're going to do for immigrant or non-immigrant students also or separately, that would provide the clarity I need.
And it may be somewhere in the middle of that, because as I just sit here looking at this again, that first sentence in bold under point number 1, I think the sentence is actually stronger if you get rid of the word immigrant. The district or schools may not question students as to their legal status and may not demand their documentation. It makes it a point. It has nothing to do with who that kid is. That kid is our kid. And we're going to treat every single kid the same. And so that sentence is actually stronger without the word immigrant in it. Some of the other ones down below, I mean, I can see leaving it in there to make the point stronger, but.
I also think that if you want to change perception that this is potentially politicizing, you need to include more than just education of immigrant children, and you need to have justifications for education of all the other subgroups that would apply, which to me is making the policy really long, convoluted. I'd rather keep it very precise and simple in its approach, because the reality of it is we are talking about all of our kids, not one subclass.
I think I'm going to ask a simple question, and I think it's simple, but you guys can debunk it. If we approve this policy, and it's not up for approval, but if we approved it tonight absolutely as is, there's no material change in the way in which we treat anything. It's just putting language in front of people that provides some better understanding, some more assurance, but this wrangling over this language isn't going to change how we would treat these situations. Is that fair?
I've asked Dr. Taylor that question about 3 different times, and the truth is that this is simply putting into words in policy practice that we already do.
Okay.
Some that we have no choice but to do.
If we have the subpoenas, though, I mean, it is putting into policy directive to our building leaders what should happen if these law enforcement, which is not in our policy now.
That's not in policy, that's in the administrative rules. It's the rules. And I'm fine with making those. I think we need to make those administrative rules and actually even tighten them up. We need to expand them, and which is what Dr. Taylor has already been asked to clarify fine tune that.
Correct. And I was just using policy in general when I said that. So yes, that's one of the main reasons I proposed this in my original resolution was to address the fact that we don't have direction to our building leaders of what happens if somebody shows up. And again, to assuage the concerns of families and students who a year ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago didn't have to worry about this. But the reality is they do have to worry about this, and they are worried about it.
I think the general, to sum this up, general direction is we've thrown it back to Dr. Taylor for some fine tuning on the administrative rules, and he's throwing it back that we should bring it back to policy just to make sure that he's getting the direction that policy committee wants for the actual policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
So should we move on for tonight and just and follow those two steps and bring this back as quick as possible?
Yes.
Great
idea. All right, moving on, 14, policies to announce. There's a slew of them. Do you want to go through all of them, or can we just make comments?
I think these are to announce, so we'll accept comments on them. I know that we have, Luke asked me a question about student fundraising activities I'd like to research, and there was also a question on publicity and media relations relative to parent consent that I think the policy is right, but there was also a rewrite that I think was given to you that we just have to investigate that one, but we'll take any comments from anybody relative to these in the future.
And most of these, if you go through the policies, are almost like changes that are being dictated to us, that we're following code, or the code's changed and we're just getting it written into our policy to follow what we're being told we have to do. And so these aren't really our policy committee making a lot of these changes. This is just state or federal.
Great. Any other comments? All right, moving on. Motion for consent.
I move consent. Yeah, I move consent.
Second.
Moved by Esposito, second by Briggs.
Can you do that?
What's that?
Can you do that?
Well, so I want to abstain from C1.
All right.
My wife is resigning. It's no conflict, but she's called out by name, so I was trying to figure out a way at this late hour to move it and pull it, and so if we all understand that if I vote in the affirmative for consent, I will be abstaining from C1.
Thank you.
You want to go through the list?
Yep, as mentioned, we have minutes for the regular meeting on March 27. There's also a personnel report that Director Esposito has referenced. And you'll notice that there's an awful lot of transfers that are taking place. That's the work of Dr. Ross, contacting all these people, making sure that we are getting them placed for the next school year. We do have some gifts to the district, including, as normal, 2 large boxes of assorted abrasive papers from 3M to the high school woodworking department, 19 early reader books from Donors Choose to the Sawyer Media Center, and we have some cash gifts towards the demolition of Old Edwards in the amount of $1,000 from Annabeth McCorkle and $2,500 from Neil and Brenda Smith, who will certainly be sending letters of gratitude to those people. There are actually 3 contracts that are up for consent approval, including with Steve's Mobile Music for the last day activities at the middle school, agreement with Youth and Shelter Services for student assistance programming from Jonas, and Faith Bible College field experience for students from Dr. Ross. And we also have some continuous open enrollments.
Any other discussion? Proceed to vote. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye with the abstention from C1.
Those opposed say nay. Passes 6-0 with 1 abstention on C1. Item 20.
I move the board approve change order number 2 to the contract with Jensen Builders Limited for the facilities management and bus storage project in the amount of add $163,574.
Second.
Moved by Rasmussen, second by Esposito. Discussion.
The biggie is the fuel storage and dispensing system that we're trading some capital dollars for some future operational dollars, so should be, if it all goes as Jerry and Chris predict, should be good.
So Chris, do we have any variable rate cost risk in buying fuel? I'm just curious, our current situation, we're contracted to buy. Are we guaranteed a rate with Durham for a certain period of time, or does that fluctuate too?
Right now, there is a $1, I believe, minimum on the fuel that's in the contract. I've spoken with Ron Leinbaum from Durham. We're going to rewrite that. They do not buy fuel in bulk. They buy it at the pump. And
okay.
so, oh yeah, they just pull up.
Okay, so our savings are significant, potentially.
Not only should we save on just the price at the bulk price, but when they buy, it's not tax exempt. And we can't file tax exempt because they're buying it, they're paying for it, so I can't file a tax exempt certificate for them. So we'll save both ways.
Okay, perfect. I didn't know if we can lock in our price. I didn't know if we locked in our prices with Durham, which sounds like we don't. We're paying on a variable rate. Because
We
we're
are
just be
paying on a
reimbursing
variable
them
rate
for
with
the
them.
cost. Okay, perfect.
And Chris, by doing this, kind of Bill referred to it, we're spending the money now so that we can save the money later. Explain that real quick so that people at home know what we're doing.
So we're going to, in our new bus and maintenance facility, we're going to put, I believe, above ground storage tanks for fuel, diesel fuel, and we'll buy it in bulk. We will pay for that with sales tax dollars to put those pumps in. And then when we buy the actual fuel and we buy it in bulk, and it'd probably be twice a year for the different blends, for the different temperatures, that the money, not only fixing it so it won't be part of our contract price, it'd be a separate fee now, but we'll reduce our transportation costs, but then have the fuel costs, we'll have less fuel costs than we have now, and we'll save sales tax. So that's all in general fund, the capital expenditures out of sales tax fund.
And that'll be paid off, how long? What's our payback on that?
We
By
thought it was
investing the
about
money now?
$15,000 a year, just on the sales tax price, just on the sales tax savings.
Okay.
So-
Jerry's saying five years.
He's saying 5 years, okay.
Okay, thanks.
Any other discussion? Proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Passes 6-0. Item 21.
I move the board approve the new open enrollment applications as presented.
Second.
Moved by Franson, second by Rasmussen. Discussion. Proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passes 6-0. Item 22.
Move the board approve breakfast and lunch prices for the 2017-2018 school year.
Second.
Moved by Briggs, second by Rasmussen. Discussion. Proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passes 6-0. Item 23.
I move we approve the resolution authorizing that the board shall set a public hearing on the conveyance of the above described property for April 24th, 2017 at 6:30 p.m. in the boardroom at the district offices at 2005 24th Street, Ames, Iowa, and that the secretary is authorized and directed to prepare, publish, and distribute the notice of the hearing.
Second.
Moved by Rosser, second by Rasmussen. Discussion.
Just for clarity's sake, the above referenced property is Crawford.
Correct.
Thank you, Dean, for staying to see this through.
Hang in there.
Any other discussion?
You have no idea.
All right, proceed to vote on roll call.
Rosser, aye.
Briggs, aye.
Rasmussen, aye.
Franzen, aye.
Deardorff, aye.
Esposito, aye.
Passes 6-0. Item 24.
I move the board approve the policies as presented.
Second.
Moved by Briggs, second by Rasmussen. Discussion.
Yes, I have an amendment I'd like to offer. This is in, and just to clarify for the audience so they understand what we're doing here, what we're doing is creating the opportunity for the public community to be involved in discussions, make comments under the discussion items in our agenda, which currently they're not able to do. They can only make comment during the public forum section. So what I would like to make the amendment here is to be somewhat consistent with what our current policy is, where we allow, board members are allowed to ask clarification questions of those coming to speak at the public forum, which we are now taking out in this version. But I think what we do need to do in this is add in the second paragraph, so this is in the discussion items on the agenda, add in the second paragraph following the first sentence the following language. It would read, in accordance with the Iowa Open Meetings Law, comma, the board may ask questions for clarification, comma, but will not act regarding this item presented during discussion items on the agenda.
Okay, let me write this down. So board members are allowed to ask clarification questions. I'm sorry, that's the first thing you said.
The board may ask questions for clarification, comma, but will not take action on this item presented during discussion items on the agenda.
I'm completely
law. Yeah, but we can't act if it's on
Correct.
discussion.
Correct.
Anyway, right?
True, but that's what the verbiage was before. I was just copying that.
This is after the first sentence.
Correct.
Of the second paragraph under the heading discussion items on the agenda. Correct? Right after where it says not public board meetings.
It's in the, okay, it's under discussion items.
Can you just read the whole paragraph as how you want it?
Sure.
With that, I'd prefer that, please.
So second paragraph would read, the board values input, feedback, and concerns from the public. And then in accordance with the Iowa Open Meetings Law, comma, the board may ask questions for clarification, but will not act on those items presented during the discussion items on the agenda, period. However, board meetings are public meetings held in public, not public board meetings, period. Therefore, speakers shall not expect to engage in conversation with individual directors during the board meeting. Okay? So the reason I'd like to propose this amendment is that during discussion items...
Before we discuss it, Louis, I think we need to actually...
Oh, sure. Go ahead. I'm
make
sorry.
the second on it. So I'll go ahead for the sake of discussion. I will second this, just to hear what the other board members feel about it.
Sure. And then let me just speak to it real quick. The reason I want to make this amendment is that during discussion items, we have, today was a great example, staff or experts, usually it's staff, but experts, maybe if we have maybe instances where we had somebody come in from a reading expert or someone, or somebody from ISU, they would speak to us and we would be able to ask questions of clarification. That's what we're usually doing, is asking questions about, tonight when we were asking questions about whatever program or clarifying with other items, whether it be from other staff members. And I think even during the policy meeting that I attended last week, even though the language here says that, we could still do this, but it's not real clear. So I think by adding this language that says that board members may ask questions for clarification, makes it clear that that's still an option, and it doesn't leave it in such a gray area that, well, can I ask a question or can't I ask a question? Or leave it in the area for not only board members, future board members, but also for the public. Well, is it something that I'm going to have to ask a follow-up question or not if I come and speak? You know, should I be prepared for that? That's where I'd like to see this language maintained. Again, it's currently part of our policy under public forum, so I'd just like to just transfer it down to discussion items and maintain that policy as it is right now.
So to give some background for the rest of the board, during policy committee, I did bring up this exact question to the policy committee, and I got a couple of different responses that I felt were relevant at the time, and still do, to be honest. One was from Chris, referenced the language. So for clarification purposes, during public forum, we cannot have a dialogue about things because at that point in time, we are talking about things that are not published on our agenda. Therefore, other members of the community may not be aware of such discussion and would not be given or afforded the opportunity to fairly come and address that issue themselves. And that's regardless of whether we're having a dialogue with them or we're asking a question for clarification purposes. At that point, we ask the question, we are engaging in a dialogue, and therefore we are in violation of open meetings. However, when it comes to discussion items on the agenda, it is posted on the agenda. Everyone has a fair opportunity to look at, review, and come and speak if they should so choose. So the opportunity exists to do that. However, it is a very gray area. Director Rasmussen brought forward the fact that the policy does not, in its current presentation, disclose any language that prohibits board members from asking for clarification should it be necessary.
No, I appreciate that. I think it potentially puts the board president in a hard position to have to monitor what's dialogue and questions. So I agree with you, Rodney. It's a gray area. I do agree with Lewis in the fact that it doesn't specifically say what we can and can't do. So I like being able to provide a surety to board members and the public how this interaction is going to happen. So I'm not supportive of having a dialogue. I'm not supportive of having questions being asked for clarification of public. I, of course, want to have questions of staff because we're an organization here that works with our staff. But it can lead into a slippery slope with the Iowa School Board Association doesn't support in a dialogue with the public. There's all kinds of forums for us to have that dialogue, and I just feel, based on all of our previous conversations on this topic, that this forum is not best suited for it. So I'm not supportive of the amendment. I'm also not, I guess, supportive of what's being brought forward since it doesn't specify what we can and can't do.
So to clarify, Luke, you're just even as it relates to this policy rewrite related to public discussion on discussion items, you're not good with that?
Yeah, the issue I have is when it says, therefore speakers shall not expect to engage in conversation. I think that's too open because the board members could read that as, well, I shall, but I could. So I'd rather be more specific on what we are expecting board members to engage with and what we're not. So I think we need to be specific. And I don't want to have to call board members out or call the public out because that's not helpful to anybody. And it gives a perception of the board that we're not listening when we want to listen and solicit feedback. So it's kind of like talking about what Kathy was talking tonight. We need to have a productive means of communication. We get all kinds of negative feedback, which is part of this gig, and I get it, but this medium isn't for that. So I guess I don't think there's enough clarity as this is being presented for me to support.
Are we talking about the amendment, or are we talking
Both.
about the
I'm-
original?
Yeah, so whether it's
Yeah,
Lewis's amendment or...
Can we stay focused on the amendment?
Sure, I'm
that's
talking
on the
about,
floor?
I'm just giving
Thanks.
my perspective, so I'm not supportive of either.
Right. I'll just say again in relation to some of the comments that, part of the concern, if we're taking out the current policy that exists in public forum, which I agree does create issues like Rodney just described about something not being noticed on the agenda, which I agree with Chris on, that makes sense. But to just throw that out and not allow, if we're going to allow community members, parents, to come and express a concern about an item that's on the agenda, that's been noticed, that's going to be voted on probably 2 weeks from that point, and then not to have a conversation and a dialogue with staff members or an expert or something, and then have them come up and just make a statement. It's just not real.
But again, anyone can make a statement.
And I'm not talking about having a dialogue with them or a debate or anything like that. I'm simply talking about a question of clarification. And that's what we do mostly when we're talking for staff, where we're asking clarification questions about whether it be a budget or whether it's a, whatever the topic is. We're asking for clarifications.
And it's different to me for staff versus the public. And I think it's a slippery slope when you ask questions, because questions can turn into a dialogue. And that's why I think it's hard for the board president to try to enforce, okay, is it a question or are we having this conversation? So again, it's for 6 years, I know it's been in the policy, but for the last 6 years, this has never been an issue, and the board has taken the practice of not engaging in questions.
Which I think part of that is Dr. Taylor, isn't part of that questions can be leading, which then legal has said that if you're proposing a leading question, you're trying to sway opinion of the other board members on something at that time. I mean, is that not what they've discussed, or how?
His statement to me was one question usually leads to another, and then another, and eventually there does become a dialogue.
Okay.
And I think the comment that I made last time is I'm not going to allow my staff, and I'm not going to be drug into a conversation by somebody asking me questions back. It's just not going to happen. And the other part about that is that, I mean, if you want to see it from my side on this side of the table, there's an awful lot of misinformation that comes to this board during public forum. It's almost embarrassing to hear some of the stuff that comes forward. I think what needs to come out of that, if there's going to be questions asked, it would be to me and staff so that we can get the right information to you. Then you can have that dialogue with the public on your own. You can, when this meeting is over, you can have all the dialogue you want out in the hall. But this forum is not a place to do it while you're on TV. And I would tell you that it will only encourage it. The Des Moines schools, I am told, have gone away from televising public forum just for that reason. So I just want to warn the board about getting into any kind of a dialogue at any time during the board meeting with members of the public, just because you could put yourself and the rest of the board in a situation where there's a libelous statement being made, or you're going to get into a dialogue that could lead to something that could be trouble.
Mike or Alyssa, do you guys have any feedback to provide?
Want me to go?
Sure.
Or I will. I think we need to go to vote. We have an amendment on the table. We've discussed this.
Yeah, it was.
No, we did.
Rodney.
Yep. Rodney Briggs. Seconded. And Mike, I'm certainly going to let you speak after I speak, but I think we've discussed this. Clearly, there's a difference of opinion, and I think that's okay if we don't have a unanimous vote. We commented on that last time, but I think I would encourage us, I am not in favor of the amendment. I would like us to move forward and vote on it, and then move in the direction as that vote entails. But Mike can give his comment first.
So the way I read the policy, the practical application of this is that discussion items are listed and people can weigh in on discussion items without us feeling an obligation to respond. So this is fracturing public forum in some means of relevant order to discussion items. And while it's different, I see it as reasonably harmless and hopefully not difficult to manage, because there's nowhere in the language here that says there's an obligation to respond. People can just weigh in when it's appropriate for them, or when there's a discussion item there. So I'm not down with the amendment because I think it's implied. I don't know that it needs to be stated, but I think, as I said last time, this requires really good behavior by everybody, because any board at any time could shut this off and say, you know what, we tried this and it got illegal, or it got unproductive, or it got unhelpful, and it is no board's obligation to continue that. So this is turning the dial a little bit to say, hey, all right, so we hear you. Let's see if we can all do this well, and if we can, maybe we've got a new way forward, and if we can't, I'm sure the board at the time will come up with a different answer.
Sounds like everybody's weighed in on the amendment.
I'd comment, but we've already said we wanted to move forward with the vote, so let's move forward with the vote.
You can comment.
I can comment? Okay, I brought it forward for discussion because at the policy committee because I wanted to hear what people had to say about the idea. Quite honestly, I concur with my colleagues that I don't want to go down that slope. I think it's too slippery. I think it's setting us up for the potential of crossing boundaries we don't want to cross. I will also add that the policy committee is already planning to review how this practice works before the conclusion of this board's current members' terms, so that we can, having lived and experienced it, make a determination at that time if it was a good idea or if it was a failed experiment trying to solicit more feedback and interaction with our community.
Yeah. Any other comments before we vote on the amendment? All right, proceed to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. It's failed 1-5. All right, back to the motion.
For discussion on the policy, Luke, I'm listening to your take on it. I wouldn't be opposed to changing that third sentence of that paragraph there to say, therefore, instead of the therefore speaker shall not expect to engage in conversation with individual directors. If it gets support of this, I think adding the discussion items for public comment is a positive. I think people are expecting us to do this. I think it is the right thing to do. If it gets your support by saying something like, you've got the however board meetings are meetings held in public, not public board meetings. Board members cannot and will not engage in conversation with speakers during the discussion items on the agenda. If that gains your support and moves this along, I would gladly propose that amendment. What's your feeling on that?
Yeah, I love the idea of having the discussion section have a public forum element to it. I think it makes complete sense because we can have people provide real-time feedback on what we're talking about. I just think unless we're not specific on how we want to conduct business and those expectations, I think it's too hard for the board president to manage. So I'd fully support that.
Then I'll go ahead and move that change, strike through of the sentence beginning with therefore and finishing that paragraph, and instead, board members cannot and will not engage in conversation during the discussion items on the agenda. Engage in conversation with public during the discussion items on the agenda. Because we may end up, that'd be the end of that sentence, but then we may end up calling a staff member up to discuss with them something that came up in those questions. It might lead us to have some clarifying questions, but we will not engage in conversation with public during the discussion items on the agenda.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second that. Kathy, can I get you to read back that last sentence with the corrected language as proposed?
You get it?
Or Tim, someone. who wrote it.
Directors cannot and will not engage in conversations with the public during.
Board members
The-
cannot and will not engage.
I like
Yeah.
directors maybe instead, in that case.
Directors, right.
Yes.
In conversations with the public during discussion items on the agenda.
That is what I proposed. Changing the board members to directors, and directors as I'd like that revision.
Is that what you had, Kathy?
So you got on speakers being behind public, with public speakers, since we have speakers in there.
Do we have it down of what we got here, guys? What's the
Right. The board values input, feedback, and concerns from the public. However, board meetings are meetings held in public, not public board meetings. Then the large strike in the last sentence is directors cannot and will not engage in conversations with the public during discussion items on the agenda.
And who seconded that?
I did.
I just find it difficult to understand why we're not going to allow our current policy of asking clarification questions of an item that is noted on the agenda to the public, when everybody knows that the item is on the agenda for discussion. Why we would limit the board, for example, if we have a expert in some field of education that happens to be employed by the Iowa State University and comes to talk about it, I'm not going to be able to, I'm going to be restricted from these policies from asking them a clarification question. I think that's silly. And I do not, and I definitely know that by allowing us to ask clarification questions on an item that's noted on the agenda for discussion will not violate the open records law because it's been noted on the agenda. So I see nothing positive about this change. I think
The amendment or the policy?
The amendment.
Okay, thank you. No, I just wanted to be clear.
No, policy's fine. I like
Thank you.
bringing the point and having people the opportunity to discuss it during discussion items, but I think you're missing the opportunity by not allowing us to at least ask questions of clarification and really not addressing the concerns within the community that I hear regularly about the lack of communication and frustrations about communication that we've experienced over the past 6 to 9 to 12 months.
I don't think there's been a problem with communication, to be honest with you.
I'll back you up on that, Louis, though, and the one thing I'd say is, it's like Director Briggs just mentioned, that we've already decided as a policy committee that we are going to review this within the next few months, as this becomes operational, that we will review this, assuming it passes, before the end of this term. So the people that have worked through this are the ones that are discussing whether it's working or not. And that's one of the things that we'll discuss again at that point. I mean, it may be that we say, you know what, this is too restrictive. That will certainly come up during our policy committee meeting. Is that language too restrictive? Do we think that we should just go ahead and open it up, that we can ask questions? We'll ask that question in I think you proposed July that we review it. I don't remember, but
July, August time.
Yeah, and so we'll gladly review that again at that time. This is a step in the right direction. It might not be as far as you'd like us to go, but it is a big step in the right direction, and I'd like to see the policy pass.
And I would add in comment that you referenced that the current policy provides the ability to do that. It also, for clarification, provides the ability of us to do that in public forum, which we have had a understanding come from Chris and legal that technically is in violation of open meeting law. So what might have been acceptable practice under current understanding at one point in time when that was written in, we've had clarification to take that gray that we played with and show us that the gray has become a black and white issue. And now we are taking steps to ensure that we don't have gray in another area that we consider to be acceptable under our current understanding, but we really don't know for certain that it is. And I would much rather write a policy that doesn't write us in a direction that we are doing something inappropriate, as opposed to writing us in a direction we believe to be appropriate, but it's murky.
All right, so what I'd like to do is, if we can just
Go ahead. No, I was just going to ask
move
to do exactly what you're doing.
to vote on this. So all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Passes 6-0. All right, now the actual motion, do you want to, everyone clear on what we're doing? Do we want to need to read that again? Okay, so as presented with the strikeout, go ahead.
We're striking out therefore speakers, et cetera, in that sentence. The last sentence of that paragraph will read, directors cannot and will not engage in conversations with the public during discussion items on the agenda.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Passes 5-1. Items from the board.
Oh, wow, we're there already?
One thing I would like to mention, if we could have some follow-up from some of the public forum discussions tonight on the pool. I know that we do everything to make sure our facilities are well-kept and safe for all. So, of course, when you hit that, you want to make sure that we're doing that. So if we could have some follow-up on that, I'd appreciate it.
We got a quick one from Jerry coming up here very shortly.
Okay. I would back up, since I wasn't going to speak during the public forum with some of those parents that came in. I certainly would back up some of those air quality issues inside that building, and when ACAC has their fall meet and I'm in there all day on Saturday, working both sessions and running scoreboard for that meet. It's always the day before the Des Moines Marathon, and that's the main reason I don't run the Des Moines Marathon, because there's no way, after being in that building all day on Saturday, my throat is so shot, there's no way that I could run the next day. There are some issues there, and we do need to address it. We do need that follow-up to find out, and that has been part of the urgency to move this along. That there is a real concern there, and so that urgency was pretty laid out in the open tonight, and I understand why people want to back off and try to have this conversation with the city, but the city needs to move their conversation along faster to our timeline if we're going to have that conversation, I really believe, but that's...
Yeah, on that same topic, I really do think that we need to make sure that we start moving forward, because I've been on the board now for almost 6 years, and this discussion has been at the forefront for almost 6 years. And we've had discussions with the city for almost 6 years, even though they'll say at times that they don't know or they hadn't heard or whatever it may be. The reality of it is we've been having these conversations. It's time to act. I'm getting a little frustrated with the continual delay. I want the city to partner with us. I don't know why they don't want to, but at some point we need to make the decision that we feel is right for our kids, because we are here to serve the interests of our student learners, and Ames is serving the broader community as a whole.
And I do feel our discussions with the city is moving forward. Of course, this would have been nice to happen a while ago, but we are where we are. So the city manager is going to be meeting with Dr. Taylor to flesh out the specifics of this feasibility plan. I talked to Mayor Campbell last week, and the city manager is going to reach out to Dr. Taylor, I think this week or next. So the city council, I know, wants to get this moved forward as well. So there is traction, but realistically, there's a lot of stuff to have to iron out before something would get figured out, least of which is what this relationship is looking like. So,
well, and that's part of the concern, Lou, to be very frank, is that we can be in these discussions, and 2 years from now, there could be a referendum, and it goes down.
Sure.
And if that happens, we're right back to square one. And we've waited, and our kids, and Bill can attest to this, sorry, Mike can attest to this. He's gone to a high school swim meet. You're in there. You're only there for a few hours, and you can't breathe when you're leaving, or your eyes are watering. And the real issue that was brought forward by the parents tonight is the problem of the whole management between the city and the manager saying, I got to keep the doors closed, instead of letting some fresh air in. That's the simple solution. But
go ahead.
I mean, so, you know, I'm quite concerned about where we are with these discussions. I think we should really be focusing on what's best for the school district and for remember what our fiduciary responsibilities for the students in this district and the funds for this district going forward. I think there's some opportunities there, but, you know, we need to be focused on, you know, building having a pool that isn't just for competition, but also meets educational needs for our students. Those are the things we need to start factoring in. And I'd like to see that flushed out, whether it's in facilities, whether it's, you know, wherever else. But I think we need to have some more conversation on that.
The Facilities Committee, you go ahead.
Dr. Taylor, how hard would it be in your time with Steve Schenker to get a timeline for folks on this go or no go? Can we get and I know it is complex, but if we can just say, this is the time. We're giving it 4 or 5 months. This is what we're looking at. And if we don't get an answer by now, we're moving forward. Because I understand the lack of patience. I completely understand that. However, I believe we have a fiduciary responsibility to explore this because it could potentially help our general fund if we were able to manage it out of our pet pool. So I do believe we have a responsibility to explore this option. But I also believe we have a responsibility to our families to say, this is our date that we're looking at, and we need this. And City Council, Mayor, we need you to be aware that this is the time, and then we've got to move forward and take care of our kids.
I'll give it my best shot.
Thank you.
See what we can come up with.
I would add, just because, and I've made this point a lot of times in this pool discussion, the one thing I'd add to that, not just the timeline part, but I think we have a responsibility to the students of this district to take over some of the management aspect of that pool also. I mean, the timing of the use of the pool, we need to have a little more say on, instead of just letting the city dictate the schedule for the most part. And ACAC is there in our best interest, serving our students, serving our student athletes, and we need to. I think we need to back them up with that a little bit, and so that would be one thing that I think we should check on at the same time, if they're going to be negotiable, to give us a little bit more authority on the scheduling of the pool. If it's a larger pool, we shouldn't have an issue. So we should have a little more authority in making sure that our students are getting the time that they need.
So not to beat a dead horse, we are all in heated agreement. We're all at the end of our rope, and it's time to do something. The reason we're pondering this is that we're weighing the difference between pool operational expense and 2 elementary guidance counselors. school operational expense, and I mean, you see the budget ads that are there. That's the choice. Tonight, we've also heard about 3 or 4 areas in which more resource and more demand is needed than that. And so for just collective benefit, that's the conundrum. Everybody's sick and tired of waiting. Gosh, you see some people out there, they're just saying, make a decision and move. We are done. So then it's choices about, it's about other choices. We're still on a fixed income. Still are.
And this is a 40-year decision.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we might need to invest $500,000 in a new HVAC system because, or some amount of resource. I'm not even kidding about that. If it's unsafe, or that there may be a temporary measure necessary to get us, because shoot, even if we decided tonight and moved on it, it would take 2 years to get it designed and built. So whenever the decision is made, there's still a good amount of time necessary to execute and get out of our current condition.
Yep. Other board comments? Something I wanted to ask, I can't remember now. Okay, items from staff.
I provided you with some aged-up enrollment numbers from April 7. And I think you can very clearly see that we do, as I mentioned before, have some hot spots. The second grade, really almost district-wide, is a hot spot. It's a very large class that's coming through. We'll keep you updated on that one as we move along. And I've also provided you the last one from a week ago, and you can see we did increase like 4 students or somewhere in that general neighborhood. Jerry has been working with the Ames Historical Society relative to the planning of a white oak over near the Hoggett building. We'll come back and give you some more details on that one as it's moving along. That was, I think, a discussion that you had with the Historical Society, and the selection of a white oak is the best for that particular place. There are some bills that are on the move in the legislature, including a bill establishing a process for selecting a new statewide assessment. I think we've heard that before. This would move the RFP submission, I guess, to April 30th, or from April 30 to July 1, and it really is trying to help the State Board of Education have the final decision in deciding on a new statewide assessment. They are still talking a little bit about the computer science education as part of our curriculum. ISB has really kind of in support of that, primarily because it's giving us as a school district the opportunity to determine when we should best include computer science education with our students. Interesting one, I think, for this board, even though it isn't in effect until 2019, is that there is a bill to move the school board elections to November, and that would coincide with cities and counties in odd-numbered years. So maybe a dollar-saving effort on the part of our legislature. And there's some other things that we'll keep our fingers on as we keep moving along. The legislature is very busy sometimes in the last few days. Carl and Patrick wanted me to alert the board that we are now video streaming, or have that capability. Carl, we're doing that tonight, I'm assuming, so people have the opportunity who don't necessarily, people have a greater opportunity to watch board meetings, so let's just put it that way. Yeah. I'm sorry? Yeah. I don't know how many are up that late. Two things I wanted to mention. One is I cued Jerry in because Jerry and I have already had conversations relative to the pool, and if Jerry is still awake, what I want him to do is actually come up and give us a little bit of a breather on that, only from the standpoint that he did visit with the city, he was at the pool today. Part of the issue is air quality control, and when I asked Jerry about that particular situation, he says, well, it's kind of been the same. But I asked him, how often does anybody check the air in that building? And Jerry, your response was?
It's kind of a challenging thing to do because it's a almost invisible type of a feature that you try and grab. So, I mean, you take air, typically trying to check for chloramines or chlorine in the air is a challenging aspect. The air's moving around, it's so dynamic. How many samples do you take and where are you going to be able to get a good representative sample? So as far as getting air tests, we haven't done that. It's not a common thing that's done. We can certainly pay for it. It does come with a pretty hefty price, though.
Between us and the city, who normally does air quality, does that kind of testing?
I would guess it's about in the 50-50 split. That's where we'd probably start with responsibility.
So does the city have guidance on what's acceptable, or how do we?
That's another thing. There's not any I haven't found any published levels yet. I did call a testing company to see if they would test it, one that I normally test for air quality or mold or things like that. And it was, they had to do a little bit of research into testing for chlorine or ammonia in the air is two of the things we were looking at trying to test for.
And it might be the water. I mean, not necessarily just the air, so if the swimmers are getting somehow.
Well, one thing that we did learn during that process was that it gets into the chemistry of it, and I did a lot better in physics than I did in chemistry. But the chloramines get produced by a reaction with the chlorine that's in the water and the oils in the skin and the organics that people carry in if they don't shower. So one thing that can help reduction in chlorine usage and also the production of the chloramines that you smell in there is just for kids to take showers, for all swimmers to take showers before they enter the pool. So when we found that out, both the city and ACAC have teamed up and they've gotten the word out to make sure that all the swimmers take showers before they get into the pool. So that's one thing that we were able to do. The other thing you can do, it's almost counterintuitive, would be to raise the level of chlorine up to a higher level within the range rather than keeping it low. And that helps to be able to take and combat the organics, I think, rather than to produce the chloramines. That's the best I can say. I'd have to go back and look at the article again or share that with you. But in essence, that's what it describes. The HVAC system is, I think it's about 15 years old or so. It's still functioning. There's probably some degradation just because the equipment gets old, so it's probably slipped a little bit as far as being able to have full performance. I've set up a meeting to meet with the local mechanical engineer. We're going to go out on Friday and evaluate that system to make sure that the dampers are working and everything's running properly. There's no reason, I don't have any reason to believe that it's not. Other than that, then we're going to look at starting to explore what are the options, what can we do? Do we need to upgrade or replace the HVAC system, or is there modifications we can make, or is there the widget, if we can find a widget to be able to help improve that.
Jerry, one of my questions, and I'm not an expert on this topic, I'm going back into my military background on a little of this. If I am not mistaken, chlorine gas is actually more dense, so it is going to pull down to the deck area. So if our air handler is pushing everything from up above, it may not be effective with regards to the concentration at the deck, which is also where people are going to be gathering. And if we're going to test anything, I would say at the water level or at the deck level is probably where we want to be.
Yes. Yep. I agree with you, and that's what, that's the type of information we found. In fact, when we went out to Linmar, they had part of their HVAC system pulled the air off of the surface of the water. So that helped to be able to keep the chloramines right off there. And I mean, when you're swimming in the water, you're either at this level or a point, or if you're horizontal, you're at this level, and so you're right at that level. And when you're breathing in and out, you're picking up that air right off the surface. So a couple of things we'll look at is just, is it simply moving a fan? I mean, a fan is going to mix it around, but you still have the same air volume in the room, so I don't know how that's going to impact. If just being able to get it circulated across the surface of the water, if that'll help to dilute it some. It certainly should help the swimmers at that level, but the facility, just by turning it around, it's not going to change the concentration, I wouldn't imagine.
Those, a new facility takes the air right off the water. I think, remember when we went to Linmar, we talked about, you know, how that's different. You remember we walked in and you could barely even smell any chemicals. Yep. Because of the way that the new ventilation system in you know, new pools deals with that. The other thing is there are standards for classrooms for air quality, aren't they, by state statute?
Yeah, they measure CO2.
Okay. But there should be something regarding pools, and I'm not sure, and that's why I'm just asking, that there should be some type of standard, whether it's a state standard or a national standard, that we can look at, because this has to be dealt with, and I've dealt with it in my own family. It's a problem, and we shouldn't be allowing it to continue to be a problem when we know it is.
Yep. I'll follow up with that, and then I'll see what I can do to find that standard.
So we were aware of it following some of the phone calls, and Mr. Johnson said he apologized. He didn't need to. I understand his extreme frustration in that situation, but Jerry and I began talking about this and trying to figure out what we can do from our standpoint. And there's always the great fear, like Director Esposito pointed out, you may find out on Friday as you're beginning looking around that that's going to need a lot of money to get it back to where it can be better. And I'm interested more in the air control or air quality measurements and see what we come up with. But thanks, Jerry. I also had Dr. Ross that was going to give a real quick overview of our meeting with Inclusive Ames that took place a couple weeks ago. And then quick thing about our calendar, and then we'll get out of here. Dr. Ross, your eyes are open yet, so.
That's right.
Your eyes are open, I think.
Thank you. Just very quickly, on March 28th, we had our first meeting with Inclusive Ames, 4 representatives, along with 7 of our administrators, and really starting to look at some of the concerns that they've brought to the table. And I would tell you that there was listening and sharing as well, because one of the things that we were learning is that we're not as public with our actions as we sometimes think we are. And so I think one of the big takeaways was really, what are we doing and how are we getting the word out? And you know, tonight we're here very late, largely because we had a lot of presentations about things that we are doing, not necessarily specific to some of the concerns that Inclusive Ames has, but we do need to do more sharing and outreach about what we're doing and helping to educate the community, and that became a very obvious part of the conversation. So our next steps include some conversations with the administrative team, bringing it back to our next meeting with Inclusive Ames, which has not been scheduled yet. Right now, it's just kind of a busy time of the year for us to pull some things together, including our state at-risk meeting that we're hosting next week. And so once we get through that, then we'll send out a doodle scheduler to the Inclusive Ames group and TLC as representatives for the board, and then we'll get another meeting scheduled and follow up with where we left off.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Very quickly, there were a couple items. We had the public hearing on the sale of Crawford, and general fund budget will be coming back on April 24, and we'll also bring back the public hearing or call for a public hearing on the demolition of the old Edwards building. We didn't want to let that one get away from us very far. There is also, hopefully we'll be bringing back, or bringing to the board for approval many of the teacher and support staff contracts for next year, provided the general fund budget is approved. And we're heading down that road towards graduation, and everything that happens in this next month, it will be plenty busy. Thank you.
Take a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn. Second.
Moved by Rasmus, second by Briggs. Discussion. Proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Passes 6-0. We're adjourned. Did I get that right?